Minister about this a couple of days ago. And then when we think about what's happening with U.S. production as well, where is that going to come from to make up that shortfall? Are they realistic, do you think?
I don't know. I didn't talk about that with the U.S., and so maybe you know better than me. Clearly, if you had to replace 160 billion cubic meter it's not, per year, is not an easy task. We don't have enough LNG, first of all. We are still a spare capacity in the north of Europe, because we are two Europes, north and south. South is gas and LNG. North, we have nuclear, coal, wind, and the regasifier. But we still have a 30 billion of spare capacity in the existing regasifiers. If 160 billion disappear, this 30 billion cannot replace. And from where they come? You know, the situation is, until 2 months ago, nobody talked about gas. And for 7, 8 years. So how you can start overnight in a business that is a long term, and you say, we need 160 billion. And how you can do? In the south, I talk about Italy, we have pipes. So we have Algeria, we have Libya, we have Egypt, we have Congo, we have Mozambique. So the south is more connected with the south. But Europe never thought to be connected with Africa. Europe is an empty box in terms of energy. We don't have our own energy. In the US, you have energy and a good market. In Europe, we have a good market, but without energy. And we never thought about a strategy about energy security. So when you don't have something, you have to think about what you can, cope with the future. Africa is the only answer at the moment. US can be, but US has a 120, 100 billion already committed. They can develop more. I don't know, maybe yes, I don't know the situation, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
Africa is a good opportunity because they need development, we need gas, and that is a good combination, but must be fair.
Yeah.
So if we take something, we have to give something.
Yeah. Majid, I want you to come in on that one especially. I mean, first of all, the question, where is that gas going to come from? And also, the failure of policymakers, frankly.
Yeah, so, no, I agree with Claudio. If we go back to the question, the title of the session, will energy security derail the energy transition? Again, there's been this sense that the two are somehow in opposition, and you're seeing that in the media today. Of course, they're not. There can be no energy transition without energy security and affordability, as we heard. And the focus has been too much on supply. How do we starve supply? As if starving investment into oil and gas is going to solve climate change while demand keeps growing. Of course it's not. I mean, that's as ridiculous as trying to solve obesity by starving funding to sugar and wheat farmers and not making any changes in diets or policies of how food is consumed. Climate change is fundamentally a consumption issue. So the wrong focus has been there throughout. Another key focus that's been missing, and it was good to hear Dr. Sultan speaking about the plans for COP28, is the developing world perspective. We have almost 1 billion people without electricity. That number has unfortunately gone up during COVID. 3 billion people without clean cooking solutions. That's actually killed more people during the COVID pandemic than COVID itself, according to the World Health Organization. 80% of the world's yet to even get on a plane. And yet the kind of platitudes and prescriptions that have been coming out of Western governments to Africa, Asia, the developing countries is, you don't need stable grid power like we have it. You can make do with a solar panel and a battery. Well, what's happened? There's been more burning of coal. So actually, you're having more emissions and higher energy prices. So this issue of the underinvestment has been key. And it cannot just be, as Minister Suhail Mazroui said earlier, it can't be, yes, we need more oil and gas, but just in the very short term. Oil and gas is not a short-term business. It requires hundreds of billions of dollars of investment, as we heard, as a deficit of $200 billion, and it's long-term. So recognizing the importance of that. Now, it will be produced cleaner, it has to be, and it will be used differently. But gas is a fundamental enabler of renewables because it backs it up, because it's intermittent, and it's the path to future technologies like hydrogen. And oil, even if we're having electric vehicles, they're made of oil. Solar panels are made of oil. Wind turbines are made of oil. Everything we've relied on during COVID, from masks to sanitizers, every single vaccine has had glycol as a stabilizing agent, another oil product. That message has not been understood, in particular in Western markets, the ongoing need for oil and gas. Now, how we produce it, we as Crescent, over 50 years, we've migrated now to 85% natural gas. We've brought down our emissions, flaring to practically zero. We've offset the rest to achieve and declare net zero last year, not in 2050. But even more importantly is the benefit of the product. So the gas we produce in the Middle East, by displacing liquid fuels like diesel for power generation, avoids more CO2 emissions annually than all the Teslas on the planet. And that fact is underappreciated, the important role of natural gas displacing coal in a lot of Western economies and in Asia, and in our region here in the Middle East, liquid fuels. So those facts really need to be better appreciated. We're having this schizophrenia in many Western governments. And I commend the UAE's policy, the strategy for 2050 that the minister talked about, because it's very, very clear. It's about 40% gas backed up with, backing up 40% renewables, plus nuclear and other clean technologies. Energy has to be long-term, clear, strategic thinking, not flip-flopping with the latest technology trend or geopolitical event.
Tim, I want to bring you in on that. I want to bring you in on that, Tim, specifically, because when you think about what happens next with regards to the transition, that's the fundamental question. Does this derail the transition in your mind?
I don't think it derails the transition. I think it accelerates the transition. And, you know, we had talks also with the German Minister of Economy and Climate Action, and he clearly said, stronger focus on renewables, stronger focus on hydrogen. I think it's now, what's the alternative? Everybody's looking at how can we substitute the Russian gas, LNG, the regas is one, but the other one is push harder on the energy transition. I will caution so a bit. It's always easy to set more aggressive targets. We need more renewables. The question is, how do we get it done? And I think that's a big question we all need to answer. You know, sometimes I hear we need the technology, we need the financing. My view on it is we have a lot of the ingredients, is just the implementation. And if you just look at implementation times, take the US offshore. We're talking about it until we see the first green kilowatt hour produced will be probably 2030. The huge build out on the offshore in Europe. It's great, it's up in the North Sea. How do we get it to the load centers? Transmission lines. We're building a big HVDC line from northern Germany to southern Germany where the load is. 3 years delay just due to permitting. I think there's a lot of inefficiency in the system. And if you really want to accelerate the energy transition, I think the focus should also be how do we take these inefficiencies out of the system, and how do we really, instead of opening up additional topics, how do we just focus on the pure get it done, get all the stakeholders together and get it done, and that will buy us time to do the longer term transition topics.
Yeah, and I think that's a general theme that we were hearing earlier from His Excellency talking about OPEC is not a political organization, echoing Mr. Barkindo in his comments, obviously, last night, talking about we have to find a way to stabilize the market in spite of the fact that we're working with two countries under sanctions, the importance of taking the politics out of the conversation. But it's impossible to do that, especially when you're a journalist, I think. Fahad, walk me through, in your view, how realistic it is for Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and other Gulf producers to, I suppose, talk to the Biden administration. You're sitting here on a stage with a member of that team now, and there have been multiple calls from Washington for OPEC Plus to do more, for OPEC to do more, to alleviate the pain at the pump, if you will, in the United States, because they're not talking about the European gas crisis back at home. They are talking about oil inching to $5 a gallon. Is it realistic, in your view, for Saudi Arabia to help the Biden team out?
Thank you, Hadley. First, let me state that King Abdullah Petroleum Center for Research and Studies is a non-profit institution. It's a think tank that focuses on energy and climate. So I don't speak for the Saudi government. But, looking at, what the Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait to a certain degree has done in the past, they've maintained the spare capacity. And that spare capacity has been used, and it's been a boon for the global economy. And we estimated that at $500 billion of surplus to the global economy, because they had the long-term vision of saying that if there is a disruption in demand, if there is, a hiccup in the global oil supply, then there is a way of compensating for that. But we cannot take, energy security and only talk about this from oil supply demand. The old adage which says, if your neighbor lose his or her job, it's a recession. If you lose your job, it's a depression. And the same goes here. I mean, the whole question is, we talk about energy security like it's something new. Unfortunately, it's not. Go back 10 years ago when we were talking about energy security and piracy in the Strait of Malacca and the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. 7, 8 years ago, we talked about, energy security and cybersecurity. And so we cannot talk about oil supply, as just one component of the energy security. We need to look at this. We need to look at, what the discussion has been around, OPEC Plus and OPEC Plus bringing stability into the market through the lows and highs. We witnessed that back in 2020 with the agreement to, reduce supply when oil went into negative prices. And that's what we want to continue, is to look at this, in a long term. Again, if you go back to the 2008 crisis and the financial crisis and the run-up to that, the more that I remember, Saudi would announce an increase in supply, and the more the prices would go up because, spare capacity would, be dwindling. And so the markets need to have a signal around, the stability of the market, and that OPEC Plus is attending. And I think you can see that with the monthly meeting, with the clear plan that is, not focused on today, but that's focused along, 2022. And that's the agreement that has been done over the past 2 years. But I think, again, we look at this from, what is happening in Saudi with the attacks, what is happening in the UAE. But also, I think we need to pay attention to energy security, not today, not tomorrow. It's all over, So, we spoke about this issue around, the compromise between climate change and energy security. And if in the run-up to COP, and I was at Glasgow at that time, nobody would mention energy security. And I think that's, a fallacy. I listened to His Royal Highness, the Energy Minister of Saudi Arabia, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, has been talking about this 3-pillar of energy policy, that it should focus on energy security, economic growth, and climate change. And we need to keep all three in mind. We're not achieving, our climate goals tomorrow or in the next 2 years, yet our policy look like it is, focused on the next 2 years. And when we're not focusing on emissions, we're focusing on sources, and we don't want nuclear because it's that, we don't want gas because of this, keep oil in the ground. That's, I think, a misleading energy policy. We should be very focused on emissions. We should be very focused on how can we reduce emissions. I mean, shale gas delivered, the biggest reduction in emissions in the US. Why are we denying emerging economies the same opportunity?
Yeah. Claudio, just from the conversations that you've been having since you've been on the ground here in the UAE, can you give us a sense, in your view, if we can expect oil and gas-rich nations to answer President Zelensky's call to do more? And he's essentially saying, echoing the U.S. president, that we should sanction the Russian energy sector, and countries like the UAE have a responsibility to flood the market with oil and gas. Do you get a sense that the Gulf states are willing to do that?
I'm not a politician, and it's already difficult to run my company. If I start also thinking for them, it's too much, honestly. So I think that UAE and they know, the European politicians, they know what to do. They discuss a lot. We have a concern about gas price. That is big concern because it's too much, as you said, and we are concerned about volumes. And until now, nothing happened on the gas side, on the crude side. I think that gas is more crucial and more difficult to be replaced. Clearly, 10 million, if it disappears, 10 million, not all, because to Europe is 5 million. We can find a way, maybe, to find some additional oil. For gas, is more difficult, honestly. We, as E&I, we start immediately run in all our countries and working on our upstream. Fortunately, we didn't stop investment in the exploration. We have been one of the few companies that never stop investment in the exploration. Now we have about 50 TCF of reserves and resources and 14 TCF that we can deliver quickly. So I think that for Italy, at least we can replace 50% of the gas coming from Russia during the winter 22-23 and about 80% by the next winter 23-24. And in a couple of years, 3 years, we can replace completely based on our equity production coming, I said, through pipes and through LNG. That is for our country, for our companies. I don't think that is the same because not all the company has been really engaged in the exploration, as we said, because gas was one of the guilty person in the room. So I think now this situation changed, but I don't think that. So we have to look at the energy security from one side, but there is no trade-off with the transition. I think that we have to increase, in any case, our path and our effort on the transition side.
Deputy Assistant Secretary, I want to get your sense of how far the Biden administration is willing to go to help out U.S. producers. And I'm talking about helping them get through red tape. Is the Keystone Pipeline back on the table at some point? If we're realistically talking about doing something to move forward, not lose speed, if you will, or steam towards the energy transition, but at the same point, make sure that people can afford to go about their daily lives. What's on the table that the Biden administration is doing now to help the U.S. oil and gas producers?
So from that standpoint, I don't know if you saw the U.S.-EU energy statement, joint statement on energy security, and there was a signal very much, and a component of the issues that the task force will put together that will work on is making sure that Europe can get supply within 2022, but then also giving some certainty to U.S. producers that will be amping up and surging supply into Europe over the long term and up to 2030. And, of course, working together on the regulatory side, making sure that the environment for permitting is still there, which has been there. The process has been there to get permits online for LNG, and that continues, and we committed to continue to make sure that that is a smooth and streamlined process, and that it's a streamlined process on getting infrastructure that needs to be there for Europe. At the same time, for us, when it comes to the transition and making sure we're not compromising it, because, again, we cannot afford to compromise it, to the comments that were made that we cannot rely on one technology, just like we cannot rely too heavily on one supply route. It is the reason that we're putting so much money into hydrogen, which is such a game-changing technology that speaks to a variety of other sources, right? Because it can underpin nuclear, it can underpin gas, it can underpin renewables, it can clean a good portion of it, and so can CCUS. And so for us, it's making sure that the market has enough signals, it knows the regulatory environment will support the signals for current energy security, but we are sending also all the resources we can toward the transition. It's why we're putting billions of dollars into hydrogen R&D, and I have faith we'll get there. And I have faith because I was at Department of Energy when we had $1 a watt goal by 2020 for utility scale solar. We beat that by 3 years. We didn't even remotely have that level of momentum. So now looking at $1 per kilogram by 2030 for hydrogen, honestly, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic we can get the commercial technology there, and it's going to be the technology that will allow us to utilize other bases. But we have to focus on clean technology. We have to focus on building an efficiency into the system. It can't always be about putting new infrastructure. We talk about often energy access and how countries need sometimes to build new infrastructure. They also have a lot of underutilized infrastructure. And what we don't want is for them to add debt, to add additional gas infrastructure, oil infrastructure, coal infrastructure, when they're not even utilizing what they have. They're underlying issues. And we want to make sure that the path to decarbonization is a realistic path. It's one built in with efficiency. We are focused on emissions, reducing emissions everywhere, and creating technology in the US on the R&D side and bringing that cost down so that it benefits everywhere and everyone. And so that's how we're trying to balance those signals and the funding, which is a really big component of that.
No doubt about it. And also it's about messaging. And I'm talking about the demonization of the oil and gas sector. Now, it's hard to feel sorry for IOCs, but at the same point, demonizing them and playing politics is a part of the reason that we're in the mess that we're in today. What will the Biden administration commit to in terms of reaching across to these oil and gas producers? Because the ones I talk to say, we're not getting calls from the White House. We're hearing that we're getting calls, but we actually are not getting calls. And you've got to have them, as Claudia was saying, a part of the conversation if you want to get out of the mess.
There have been conversations with oil and gas companies and messaging, and let's be honest, it depends who you're listening to and when, of course. There are a lot of different messages out there, and I'm sure the forum will make a difference, but we will be honest, we have always come out and said oil and gas industry is critical to the transition. They are players in the energy system. They are key players. They are the ones that will be pushing abatement options. They're the ones that will be pushing hydrogen options. And to be quite honest, they're some of the ones that are putting significant investment into clean energy, including renewables. So it has always been, if we do not engage these participants, these critical stakeholders, we will not get to our stakeholder targets. We will not get to methane reduction goals. We will not get to efficiency goals. So the messaging has been, oil and gas companies have to be a part of the conversation, but we want them also to be a part of the conversation on the transition.
Right. I think the White House might need to take your call on that one. Majid, before we let everybody go, you're my guy when it comes to calling oil prices. Where do you see oil prices headed at this point?
So I think they're being so driven by geopolitics at the moment that it's impossible to. It's not normal market dynamics that we're seeing. We were seeing tightness coming out of COVID, but obviously the conflict in the Ukraine and the signaling you're hearing from Western governments is what's driving the market. So this time I won't actually make a prediction. I want to echo what Claudio said, actually praise what Eni's been doing on exploration here in the UAE and Egypt and throughout our region. And I think our industry can play an important role. We ourselves have also 80 TCF of resources and 15 TCF that can be delivered actually in only 2 fields in the Kurdistan region in the north of Iraq. I invite you all to attend the session this afternoon on that. One point I wanted to raise, I'm seeing a lot in the media at the moment that hey, we need to get off Russian oil and gas and move to nuclear and renewables because that will ensure we are politically secure. So I did a bit of looking into this. So OPEC is 30% of world's production. OPEC Plus about 45%. And it's 23 different countries, and they don't even make up a majority of supply. We're honored with Brother Mohammed Barkindo, Secretary General of OPEC here. Nuclear. Russia produces basically all the world's uranium-235 and has half of the world's uranium enrichment. One country, and a country that's controversial to many at the moment. Renewables, China alone has 85% of rare minerals processing, 90% of all the battery cells produced on Earth, 70% of all the solar panels produced on Earth, and 50% of the wind turbines. One country, China. Again, to the US and Europe, a lot of issues around trade and geopolitics. So the idea that somehow the energy transition is going to make us immune from geopolitics is a myth that needs to be exploded and recognized now in all our planning.
And it's interesting that you mentioned that, because sitting on stage with Vladimir Putin back in October, I can tell you that this was a man who fundamentally understood where all of his resources were. He understood exactly how the world was interconnected when it comes to energy, and he understood the European energy dynamic probably better than most of the people even involved in the European energy dynamic, certainly the politicians. And the world, frankly, was sleeping. Panelists, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for your involvement. I'm going to invite Randy to the stage to introduce our next round of guests, and I'm going to keep trying not to fall off the stool.
Thank you so much, Hadley. Thank you all. Really, really remarkable conversation. Really fantastic. And what a great next panel we have. We're going to do a deep dive on Europe. And we have some of the leading experts on Europe and European energy security going to join us. So I want to welcome to the stage Her Excellency Belinda Balaku, the Minister of Infrastructure and Energy from Albania, Mr. Anatol Fagin, the Executive Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer at Cheniere Energy, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger, the President of the Munich Security Council, my boss, Fred Kemp, who we all know and love, the President and CEO of the Atlantic Council, Alexander Nikolov, His Excellency Alexander Nikolov, the Minister of Energy from the Republic of Bulgaria, and then a real honor, and I think everyone should be just hugely impressed that we have Maxim Timochenko, the Chief Executive Officer of DTEC, coming in from Kyiv to discuss European energy security. He left Kyiv, went to Poland, and flew here, got in just yesterday. So really a fantastic panel. So welcome everyone to the stage, and thank you all so much. Hadley, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Safe travels, Claudio. Panelists, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. It's fantastic to have all of you. We're going to do a deep dive, as Randy said, on the European situation today. I've been in Brussels. I was there on the side.
معدل بطالة الشباب والشابات في الأردن. هدفنا العمل على اتباع نهج استباقي لتغيير الفكر السائد أن القطاع العام هو المزود الأول لفرص العمل، وزرع روح الريادة وبناء مهارات تقنية مطلوبة بسوق العمل. الهدف هو 72% من الأطفال دون عمر ال5 سنوات من الأسر في الخمس الأدنى ثروة الذين لا يسيرون على المسار الصحيح بالنسبة للقراءة والكتابة والحساب literacy and numeracy. لقد أدت جائحة كورونا إلى تفاقم مشاكل التحصيل العلمي في ظل إغلاق المدارس اللي وصلت إلى 42 أسبوع، وللأسف لم يشارك حوالي 100,000 طالب في التعليم عن بعد. مما سيعد من إمكانياتهم المستقبلية، وذلك بسبب الفجوة الرقمية لدى سكان القرى والمناطق النائية. 15%، وهي نسبة مشاركة الإناث في سوق العمل، مع أنهن يمثلن 55% من طلبة التعليم الجامعي. طبعاً هدفنا زيادة هذه النسبة. وللأسف فقدت السيدات ضعف عدد الوظائف خلال جائحة كورونا مقارنة مع الذكور. الأمل هو 70%، ويمثل هذا الرقم نسبة الشباب والشابات دون عمر 35 عاماً من مجتمعنا، وهذه النسبة نعتبرها ثروة بشرية هائلة، ونعمل على تطويرها لتكون داعم ومطور للإبداع والتقدم والريادة، علماً بأن الأردن اليوم يكون أكبر نسبة كحصة لكل فرد من عدد الشركات الناشئة على مستوى الشرق الأوسط. تعتبر المؤسسة أن ما سبق ذكره يجب أن يفهم ضمن إطار التوجهات العالمية التي تتغير بتسارع لن نراها بأي وقت آخر بالتاريخ. ف65% من الوظائف التي ستوجد بسوق العمل في ال10 سنوات القادمة هي وظائف جديدة وغير موجودة اليوم، وثلث المهارات التي ستكون مطلوبة في سوق العمل خلال 10 سنوات هي لا تعتبر هامة في سوق العمل اليوم. فالعالم يتقدم وعلينا مواكبة هذه التطورات. فكيف نساعد شبابنا على الإنجاز للوصول إلى الفرص بل لخلقها؟ بدأت مؤسسة ولي العهد في العام 2015 برؤية شباب قادر لأردن طموح، ونعمل على استراتيجية تركز على 3 محاور رئيسية: الجاهزية للعمل والريادة والمواطنة والقيادة. نشرف اليوم على 12 مبادرة وبرنامج. تعمل المؤسسة من خلال منهجية شاملة جوهرها الشباب. نعمل بشفافية ونتخذ قراراتنا بناء على عملية تشاركية مع الشباب والشركاء المعنيين، وندرك أن الشباب ليسوا فئة واحدة متجانسة. نصمم مبادراتنا من خلال فهم احتياجات الشباب لملء الفجوات التي تعيق تطلعاتهم. نحرص على إطلاق مبادرات وبرامج تدمج بين الحاجات المحلية والتوجهات العالمية، وتتيح للشباب المجال للمشاركة بالقضايا العالمية والإنسانية مثل المناخ والبيئة والطاقة والمياه والأمن الغذائي وغيرها. نبدأ باحتضان المبادرات وتنفيذها وتطويرها وتوسعة المستفيدين منها، وثم نقوم بمؤسستها من خلال المؤسسات الوطنية لضمان استمرارية عملها وتحقيق أفضل النتائج. اسمحوا لي الآن أقوم بعرض بعض مبادرات المؤسسة. بوعد مش 12 مشان الوقت. جامعة الحسين التقنية تأسست بهدف تطوير التعليم التقني ورفع سوق العمل بشباب مؤهل ومدرب. تتميز الجامعة بتركيزها على التطبيق العملي لجميع مساقاتها النظرية، والتي بنيت بالشراكة مع قطاعي الأعمال والصناعة، وتتميز بموائمتها لاحتياجات ومتطلبات سوق العمل واحتوائها على مسارات دراسية غير تقليدية. تتواجد الجامعة في بيئة أعمال تكنولوجية ريادية حيوية في مجمع الحسين للأعمال، ومحاطة بأكثر من 50 شركة محلية وعالمية في قطاع الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، وتشمل برنامج تدريب عملي مكثف Apprenticeship Program. منصة نوى التي تم إنشاؤها مع القطاع الخاص، وهي منصة إلكترونية تهدف إلى رفع سوية العمل الخيري وتنمية حس المسؤولية المجتمعية، حيث تعمل المنصة على ربط المؤسسات مع المتبرعين من الأفراد والشركات كنوع من الكراود فاندينج ضمن إطار واضح لقياس الأثر الناتج. منصة نحن هي المنصة الوطنية لتطوع ومشاركة الشباب التي أطلقت بالتعاون مع وزارة الشباب وبالشراكة بين نوى واليونيسف، بهدف توحيد الجهود المبذولة في مجال العمل التطوعي والتشبيك ما بين المتطوعين والجهات المحتاجة. مبادرة حقق هي مبادرة شبابية تم إطلاقها بهدف تعزيز منظومة القيم الموروثة من تاريخنا عند الشباب والشابات في الأردن، وإبراز قدراتهم ليكونوا مواطنين فاعلين منتميين لوطنهم ومساهمين في مسيرة التنمية الشاملة، ويتم تنفيذها بالشراكة مع وزارة التربية والتعليم. ونركز من خلال المبادرة على بناء وتطوير المهارات الحياتية والشخصية والمجتمعية عند الشباب. خطى الحسين. أطلقت مؤسسة ولي العهد نموذجاً جديداً لتعزيز الفكر القيادي التقدمي بين الشباب ولإدماجهم ضمن شبكات ومسارات مهنية متخصصة من النواحي السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية، بهدف الاستثمار في شباب وشابات مختارين بدقة ولديهم القدرة على التأثير الإيجابي وخدمة مجتمعاتهم أينما كانوا. ويسعى البرنامج بفحواه أن يكون منصة انطلاق تحويلية للشباب الطموح الذي نستهدفه. مصنع الأفكار، وهو مختبر للتصنيع الرقمي الذي يضم الأجهزة والمعدات الحديثة ويهدف إلى دعم الابتكار كمظلة متكاملة يجمع بين الباحثين والدارسين والمبتكرين، ويتيح لهم فرصة تصنيع نماذج أولية لمنتجاتهم باستخدام التكنولوجيا المتقدمة التي تضم الطباعة ثلاثية الأبعاد. برنامج أنا أشارك، وهو برنامج لا منهجي ينفذ في 13 جامعة أردنية ويعزز من قدرات الشباب والشابات ومعرفتهم للمبادئ الأساسية في العملية الديمقراطية ومهارات كسب التأييد. كما يوجد لدينا مبادرات أخرى كما ترون على شجرة عائلة المؤسسة. في العام الماضي وكجزء من عملنا في مؤسسة ولي العهد شهدنا توسعاً مذهلاً بالنتائج، فقد كانت الإغلاقات خلال جائحة الكورونا حافزاً لنا لرقمنة الأجزاء الرئيسية من مواد التدريب ومن المناهج الدراسية عبر محاور عملنا. ففي عام 2019 كان لدينا أقل من 250,000 مشارك في أنشطتنا المختلفة، بين في عام 2021 أصبح لدينا 1,800,000 شاب وشابة مشتركين معنا خلال المؤسسة. هذه الأرقام تبين أن الشباب وتحت أصعب الظروف هم شباب طموح ويسعون لحياة أفضل. في استطلاع رأي الشباب العربي لعام 2021 أفاد 6 من كل 10 مواطنين عرب أنهم يعتقدون أن أفضل أيامهم ما زالت بانتظارهم، وعملنا يهدف على تحقيق تلك الأمنيات. بالنهاية لازم أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لكم على إتاحة الفرصة لنا بمؤسسة ولي العهد للتواجد معكم اليوم وللمشاركة بهذه الفعالية الشبابية الهامة. ولا يسعني في الختام إلا الحديث عن العلاقات الأخوية بين المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية ودولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. هذه العلاقات متجذرة ومتينة على جميع الأصعدة، وعلى صعيد المؤسسات فنحن نفخر بمشاركتنا وعلاقة عملنا مع وزارة الشباب والمركز الشباب العربي والعديد من الشركاء الأفاضل في دولة الإمارات العزيزة. وحابة أترككم مع هذا العرض.
كل الشكر للدكتورة تمام على مداخلتها والتزامها بالوقت وعلى هذا العرض المميز. أمانة حضورنا الكريم أنا جدا 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 مستمتعة. ويعني رأينا مع بداية هذه الجلسة نماذج مشرفة من الخبرات، الاستراتيجيات، المبادرات، سواء من المملكة العربية السعودية أو المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية، وأيضا راح نتابع نماذج رائدة كلها تسلط الضوء على مسألة تمكين الشباب ومدى أهمية بناء القدرات والطاقات الشابة. شكرا لك دكتورة تمام. وننتقل خلال هذه المداخلة إلى سعادة الدكتورة رشا راغب، مدير الأكاديمية الوطنية للتدريب بجمهورية مصر العربية، المدير التنفيذي لمنتدى شباب العالم، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
صباح الخير عليكم جميعا. بداية أحب أشكر طبعا دولة الإمارات وحكومة دبي ومعالي الوزير هشام المزروعي على الدعوة الكريمة. والحقيقة احنا بنستغل كل الفرص اللي ممكن نشارك فيها تجربة مصر من خلال الأكاديمية الوطنية للتدريب في تنمية وتطوير وتمكين الشباب في جمهورية مصر العربية، وخصوصا ان احنا دولة أكثر من يعني 46% من قوامها السكاني من فئة الشباب. فلو سمحتوا لي هبتدي استعرض زي ما تفضلت كده قلت لحضراتكم ان اكثر من 40% من مجموع سكان جمهوريه مصر العربيه البالغ 101 مليون نسمه هم في الفئه العمريه من 15 ل 41 سنه. احنا هنبتدي من الاخر للاول. هقول لكم المجهودات اللي احنا عملناها من تدريب الشباب انتهت في الاخر بقياس حقيقي على الاثر ان احنا قدرنا نمكن الشباب اللي احنا دربناهم خلال برامج مختلفه ومتعدده في مختلف المناصب الرسميه اللي في الدوله. على سبيل المثال لاول مره في تاريخ مصر عندنا اصغر محافظ من خريجي الاكاديميه، عندنا 32 نائب ونائبه محافظ طبعا من فئه الشباب في 27 محافظه. عندنا 8 معاونين للمحافظين الشباب، 8 مساعدين وزراء، 12 عضو في مجلسي الشيوخ والشورى، ورئيس هيئة الرعاية الصحية، وهي أحدث المؤسسات التي أسستها مصر لبرنامج رعاية صحية متكامل وشامل للمواطنين في مصر. استنبطنا من رؤية السيد رئيس الجمهورية عبد الفتاح السيسي في 2016 من إيمانه بالشباب ومن مقولة ليه إنه هو عايز يأسس مؤسسة في مصر أو أكاديمية تكون مسؤولة عن تنمية وتطوير الشباب، وإن هو عايز لما يعملها نديها الجدية ونديها الجدارة ونمكنها إنها تقوم بدور فاعل وحقيقي على الأرض، ما تكونش مجرد معهد تدريب جديد أو مكان لتقديم برامج نمطية ومتكررة ما أكثر وجودها عندنا في مصر. والحقيقة ما لقيناش خلال العقود اللي فاتت أثر حقيقي على الأرض. دي يمكن آخر صورة لينا، وكانت معايا الوزيرة موجودة في آخر منتدى شباب العالم اللي موجود في مطلع العام ده. وده كان السيد رئيس الجمهورية بنفخر ان هو موجود اثناء تخريج نماذج من جميع برامج الاكاديميه، والبالغ عددها 173 برنامج حتى اللحظه دي. احنا دورنا في الاكاديميه مش مجرد تقديم خدمات تدريبيه، ولكن احنا بنعمل كشريك استراتيجي للمؤسسات الحكوميه اللي موجوده في مصر، سواء مؤسسات او وزارات او محافظات، في رسم السياسات اللي مطلوبه لاعاده هيكله واعاده تطوير واعاده تمكين العاملين في القطاع الحكومه لاهميه القطاع ده. ويمكن هو الى عقود كثيره كان مغفل او كان في فجوه بين القطاع الرسمي في الدول وبين المواطنين وبالاخص الشباب. فيمكن ده الدور اللي احنا بنحاول نعمله في الاكاديميه. بنعمله عن طريق تقديم برامج متنوعه ومختلفه في المحتوى والاهداف، وبنعمله عن طريق شراكات متعدده وعديده جدا مع الشركاء دوليين او شركاء عرب. الحقيقه بنفخر بوجودهم في قائمه شركائنا، وما زلنا في طور ان احنا بنكبر قاعده الشركات بتاعتنا، لان احنا مؤمنين ان احنا مش هنعيد تدوير العجله، احنا بناخذ من حيث انتهى الاخرون وبنحاول نطور ونطوع حسب احتياجاتنا في مصر. اختصارا دي الرؤيه والرساله، مش هاخد من وقتكم كتير عشان نستعرضها. يمكن في خلال كلامي احنا هنشوف ازاي بنطبقها بالفعل على الارض. احنا عندنا 6 أهداف استراتيجية رئيسية. باختصار احنا بنؤمن ان زي ما العالم بيتجه حديثا ان ما فيش ديسيبلين واحد، في مالتي ديسيبلينري اديوكيشن، فده اللي احنا بننتهجه في الاكاديميه بتقديم خدمات وبرامج متكامله. برامج متكامله بمعنى ان البرامج ما بتكونش بس جوه القاعات الدراسيه، احنا بنعني بتكوين الشخص، بتنميته ثقافيا ورياضيا وفنيا واكاديميا وعلميا. فبنلاقي ان رحله التدريب دي متشعبه ومتكامله بحيث تاخد الفرد خلال فتره الدراسه بتاعته في مختلف المناحي بدراسات متعدده زي ما ذكرنا، لتكوين شخصيه متكامله يقدر يكون بيها فاعل في مجتمعه وفاعل في وطنه واداه للتنميه الموجوده في مصر، باعتبار ان احنا مؤمنين تماما ان اهم الثروات اللي بنمتلكها في مصر هي الثروه البشريه. بنحفز تنمية رأس المال البشري وبنحرص على المساواة وعدالة الفرصة، لأن معظم برامج الأكاديمية لو ما كانتش عن طريق التعاقد أو الطلب المباشر من الجهة، سواء كان وزارة أو جهة أو مؤسسة في مصر، بتكون عن طريق مسابقة مفتوحة، بمعنى أن احنا بنطلق مسابقة وطنية في مصر ويقدر اللي بينطبق عليه الشروط يقدم لها بدون أي حاجز أو وساطة أو ريكومنديشن ليترز أو ما يمكن اعتاد عليه بعض البرامج الموجودة في مصر من هذه النوعية. فابتدى المواطنين وبالاخص فئه الشباب اللي هي على طول بتبقى متشككه يحسوا ان في شفافيه ونزاهه وعداله في الفرصه، فبقى الايمان ان في مؤسسه موجوده وطنيه على الارض معنيه بحقيقي وبصفه جديه في تنميتهم، ده موجود على الارض مش مجرد كلام للاستهلاك الاعلامي او ما الى خلافه. الوقت خلص؟ اوكي. طيب يعني لو ليا دقيقتين هتكلم على ان يمكن من اهم الحاجات اللي قدمناها هي المدرسه الرئاسيه للتاهيل للقياده، ودي بتتضمن 5 برامج اصيله. البرنامج الرئاسي لتاهيل نشء للقياده، وده بيستهدف الفئه العمريه من 13 ل 20 سنه، وبرنامج رئاسي تاهيل الشباب للقياده، ويمكن ده اللي بنفخر بيه اللي ابتدى من 2016 حتى قبل بدايه الاكاديميه، ومن افكار خريجي انشئه الاكاديميه الوطنيه للتدريب، واطلق منتدى شباب العالم، ويمكن هو الحدث الاهم او كمنصه شبابيه بتجمع تقريبا جميع جنسيات الشبابيه في العالم، وبنعملها بصفه دوريه. يمكن عملنا النسخه الرابعه منها في يناير هذا العام. والبرنامج الرئاسي التأهيل التنفيذي للقيادة، وده معني بصفة أصيلة للعاملين بالدولة، ويمكن كان عندنا شغف حقيقي إن احنا نقدم فرصة حقيقية للكوادر العاملة بالدولة، يمكن لأن هي متهمة بصفة دايمة إن هي مقصرة أو لا تقوم بدورها بصفة صحيحة. فالبرنامج الرئاسي التأهيل التنفيذي للقيادة كان بيرد إن لا، في كوادر حقيقية يعني واعدة وقيادات موجودة داخل الحكومة المصرية، بس محتاجة حد يزيل الغبار عنها ويؤهلها بصورة صحيحة، ومنهم هم وبرنامج الرئاسي لتأهيل الشباب للقيادة تم اختيار وتمكين الكثير من القيادات. وأشكركم على حسن استماعكم.
شكرا لك عزيزتي، واعذريني باسم الجميع على هذا الموقف، ولكن احنا اكيد سعداء بسماع هذه التجربه المميزه للشباب العربي في الجمهوريه العربيه المصريه. بالتاكيد هم يعني عنصر اساسي بابداعهم وبطاقاتهم وبانتاجهم المتميز، ودائما احنا نقول انجازات اهل مصر هي انجازات للوطن العربي ككل. شكرا لك دكتوره على هذه المداخله، وننتقل حضورنا الكريم إلى عرض تجربة المؤسسة الاتحادية للشباب بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، يقدمها سعادة سعيد النظري مديرها العام والرئيس التنفيذي للاستراتيجية بمركز الشباب العربي، فليتفضل مشكورا.
to what we need to be seeing at home, so at the micro level, and then what we need to see at the macro level with policy. Can we really see change when it comes to equality and getting women into leadership roles if we don't change things in the homes, to the boardrooms, to work, to eventually in policy leadership roles as well? Just a quick note, Her Excellency Rania will have to leave early, but we will try and get to you as quickly as possible because you've got another engagement. You've got lots of panel discussions that you're doing. So welcome to all of you. Great to see you. Your Excellency, Dr. Rania, I'm going to start with you, and you've been listening to some of the commentary as well. Multilateralism is your thing. You know, global cooperation is something that you're very engaged with. I want to touch on some of the issues facing the world right now. Firstly, we've taken many steps back because of the pandemic when it comes to gender equality and girls going to school, specifically in emerging markets. Let's take a look at what's happening in Afghanistan, for example, where the Taliban is afraid of what it means to educate a young girl. And then we hear, you know, broad statements of, if there were women in leadership roles when it comes to the crisis in Eastern Europe, would we really be talking about World War III and nuclear? Give me a sense of where we are right now and whether you think we can move forward.
Thank you very much, Eleni, and I'm very happy to be here, and I want to thank Minister Ahoud for the invitation. Multilateralism is, and as we saw in the very first panel, the fire chat that happened in the morning, we need to create a consensus on topics to be able to push the global agenda. And one of the common denominators that really creates more, appealing push forward is the point on gender. And let me go back from my days at the IMF as a staff member. This was before the managing director, Christine Lagarde, took office. And we used to have brown bag lunches to actually push women on missions in countries that were considered big portfolios. Later on, you had the managing director, first female, leading the IMF. And for the very first time, gender became mainstream in discussions of IMF programs in countries. Why is this significant? It's significant because, as we saw in the earlier discussions, the gender agenda is not only a government agenda, it's not only a private sector agenda or a civil society agenda, it's a stakeholder engagement agenda. Each one has a role to play. So when we have multilateral institutions pushing that forward, and we have SDG number 5, gender equality, one of the key SDGs that countries focus on, as we saw earlier also, because it's cross-cutting other SDGs, we find that by this concept of trying to, and I don't want to focus on statistics, but the idea that international institutions have actually quantified in terms of GDP, in terms of productivity, in terms of additional wages that men can get if women are more engaged in economy. All of these has pushed to a very different way through which multilateral institutions, governments, private sector are taking the gender objective very seriously in the work. So this I think is what I want to start with, that the gender agenda is a common denominator. It is one that creates consensus when it comes to the global agenda. You mentioned Taliban, you mentioned other examples. These are examples which are condemned by the international community because there is more consensus around the gender agenda.
Fascinating. Look, we know that women in the workplace are incredibly important, and it's quantifiable data that we can look at. But not all women have the same opportunities, and the gap is enormous. The least developed economies in the world face a very different, set of issues than what we're seeing in other parts of the world. Your Excellency Preeti, thank you very much for joining us. There's this example, and I try and keep this woman in the back of my mind every time I do a panel discussion, and she comes up. The woman in the village, in a remote village in Rwanda, with a baby on her back, picking chilies for half of the wage to other people because she has to take breaks to nurse her baby. Yep. Will she ever really get economic emancipation? Will she ever really be able to break the poverty cycle with her children? Because her husband has abandoned her, and maybe even government has abandoned her. So how do we keep her at the heart of everything we do in policy?
Thank you, Eleni. And the answer would be yes. Yes, it's challenging, but that's one role that multilateralism should have. So in this case, I represent the United Nations, in particular the United Nations Capital Development Fund, where we do finance the 46 of the least developed countries. And the solution would be local government and digital, right? So what we're trying to do is not stay at the sovereign level, but really take the financing down to the municipalities, to the local level. And the municipalities do cover then this woman in the village. But the sad part is still we find that the budget given to the local governments is quite low. So one example is the Upzillas in Bangladesh. Only 3% of the local budget itself goes to women's empowerment. So we're trying to push more gender responsive investment into the local government level. And we hope that that will reach the villages and the rural women, because you're right, of the 3.9 billion people in the world that don't have access to internet or energy, most of them are in the rural area, and most of them are women and children. The next part would be to use digital solutions, because digital perhaps could overcome the infrastructure lack that we have. So one example was in Uganda. We helped MTN put up a tower. We gave a guarantee because MTN was not willing to put up a telephone tower in Uganda. And then 6,000 coffee farmers were able to get digital payments from the coffee exporter. So we felt that having digital payments makes sure that the money reaches the last mile, reaches the farmer, and hopefully we'll try to get more of the margin back to the farmer. So those would be some examples, but just to say the idea for me would be pushing convening, pushing financing, and pushing accountability. And we try to do this within the UN as well. We have a UN SWAP, System-Wide Action Plan, but I'd like to focus on financing for today.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Your Excellency, Mohildeen, and you're also a former minister in Egypt as well. I want to get a sense, because it's so great to have a male that's pushing the female agenda on our panel. And thank you very much for joining us. When we look at the foundations of what it's going to take to ensure that women have an equal playing field, the system right now doesn't work across the board. If you're a mother, you might find it more difficult to be able to do, to do the balancing act. Policies and corporates are not conducive to allowing women to get to leadership roles, or sometimes women fall out of the prospect of that because they have so much more to do than male colleagues. How do you foresee the change in the system itself to alleviate some of the pressure that we've seen with inequality?
Right. Thank you so much. I'm very happy and pleased to be invited to this panel. Many thanks to Excellency Hud al-Rumi. Great work by the government of the United Arab Emirates to host us today and give us hope that we are recovering. It's very interesting as well to be part of the endangered speeches. I think I'm the only man for quite some time in any panel today. So I think our good colleague Kristalina Georgieva from the IMF used to say, well, if there is no woman in the panel, there is no panel. So I think we need now about time to say if there is no man, there should be no panel as well. So, but anyways, this is the positive side of the story. But actually, we're not doing that good. It's good that you mentioned evidence and data. Yes, there are some good examples from some individual cases, like here in the UAE, in education, in health access, in finance and inclusion to finance, in matters related to participation in government and parliament. We heard good examples as well from Egypt, from Seychelles, and from Morocco. But if you see this report that just came out from the UNICEF about the regional SDG data, this is the Regional Economic Commission of the Arab countries based in Beirut. Actually, there had been a great deal of deterioration in the Arab countries, and actually worse than what's happening worldwide after COVID-19. Consider the following. If there is a shock, women are exposed more. If there is poverty, women will be more impoverished. If there is inequality, they will be more excluded. This is the issue of vulnerability here. So any kind of meaningful action needs really to prioritize women in terms of access to finance, in terms of investments. So what could be the role of the multilateral system here? We are very happy to see women in the leadership. IMF Managing Director, the head of WTO, #2 at the UN. But there is a role of the multilateral system to deal with the challenges that you are putting for us to solve. First is the convening power that these organizations put. Standard setting. Are we really benchmarking ourselves to ourselves or to some international norms that are getting better than what we are locally and nationally? Then the technical assistance, the financial support. This could come from the World Bank, from the IMF. In the case of the IMF that I'm working at, there are two things that we're doing. First, on budget. If there is no mainstreaming of gender aspects and budget, can just talk forever, and then we don't see any results. So if your budget is not really reflecting what the leadership and the society at large is not really pushing for, there should be something very wrong. The other aspect is about financial inclusion, and I'm happy that through digitalization, and we saw some good examples, we have been seeing some great improvement of women participation, but we need to invest in the infrastructure, the access to internet. And then you don't need just to talk about urban centers. It's good that you mentioned villages, because when we saw issues related to financial inclusion, if you happen to be a woman under the age of 25 in a rural area, so we are more likely to be excluded from finance and financial service by 5 to 10%. So here is basically the kind of action that we need to have. The good thing is that we have the tools and the financial means and the good monitoring and evaluation tools that could really help us monitoring what's happening.
Thank you so much. Dr. Rania, I want to come to you because I know you need to leave quite soon, so I'm just going to focus on Dr. Rania for a bit. Why do you think the gains that we've made when it comes to women and children are so fragile that every time we see an economic shock, it is the women that pay the price? We've got higher food inflation coming up. What is this going to mean? It's going to compound everything that we've seen, the pain that we've seen incurred by the pandemic.
You know, it is true that the vulnerable groups by nature, when there's a crisis, they are disproportionately affected. So your point on the fragility of women is because women are still lying in the vulnerable group, correct? What has been happening over the past years, and I see this as a positive in the midst of what's gloomy, is that the gender agenda is pushed on the forefront when it comes to government policies, and also when it comes to government engaging with the international community. And let me give you examples. We have to design our 5-year strategies with the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the United Nations Sustainable Development Framework. And there are 3 words that come up in all of these strategies: inclusion, digital, and green. And when we're talking about inclusion, it's about the vulnerable and the women. When we're talking about digital, we just heard about the digital divide, so women as a group come in. And when we talk about green, it's also linked to women because they are the ones that, if it's adaptation issues, they are the ones that feel the brunt, and therefore they have to be at the front seat when it comes to advocacy and trying to find solutions. Let me just say that all of us have never dealt with so many shocks at the same time in this time horizon. We have just finished COVID. Almost. Sort of, we're not sure yet, but at least psychologically. And the fiscal space that exists for governments, the fiscal space that exists for the private sector, the amount of reorientation that women had to go through, children had to go through, was enormous. And now we have a compounded 3 shocks: commodity prices, oil prices, and then the uncertainty related to capital flows. All of these shocks coming at the same time are retrenching many of the agendas, not just the gender agenda. So I don't want us to be sort of I don't want to say too harsh, but the gender agenda is part of many other strategies, and all of them are being not put on the back burner, but there's more challenge in trying to achieve them going forward. Let me just on the gender issue, because there's a concept which I love to use, and this was when the IMF started their work on gender, and it was very strange that the institution that calls for monetary and financial stability in the world is talking about gender. And there's a very important phrase that was used in the first paper that came out from the IMF, and that women participation is macro-critical. So if we believe that in order to push macro stability, if we believe that governments today or economies need to be more productive, and we're talking about macro stability, women's engagement becomes important. So what I'm saying is that despite all the challenges we're facing and the idea that many of the agendas of development are being pushed back, we still have a lot of justification and a lot of goodwill and commitment from governments, from private sector, and from the international community in the multilateral system on the gender agenda. If there's something that everybody sort of agrees on, is gender. You know, we can sit down and discuss many other topics, but when it comes to gender, if we take a sample of 100 people in the room, probably 95% of the people are going to be in agreement with whatever Eleni is going to say on the panel.
Okay, so Dr. Rania, before we say goodbye to you, and this is something I think about very deeply because, you know, I'm in the news flow. I cover the stories, you know, we see coming out of Afghanistan. It is absolutely devastating and depressing. We see maternity wards being targeted in war zones. We see what's happening in the likes of Yemen and how women and children are bearing the brunt of it. When we talk about a multilateral approach, it still perplexes me that women and children are always bearing the biggest brunt of what we see because of bad decisions being made, right, in boardrooms at policy level. What do you think needs to change the needle on that, where, you know, even in crisis we have an equal spread of trauma?
Let me tell you that during the panels this morning, we heard about the idea of showing examples, role models or examples. And let me take the country Egypt, where I belong. We have 5 million refugees. We don't call them refugees. They are integrated in our society. The women, children, the healthcare, the education, and so forth. So to take that and we don't speak about it enough in global fora. This is an example of the displaced from Yemen, Sudan, Syria, and lately Lebanon coming to Egypt and being integrated in society. So that is one example. This is, I'm not justifying wars that lead to refugees or displacement. All I'm saying is we have examples of dealing with it where even at the time of crisis, because they were there when COVID happened, so vaccines had to be availed, the healthcare, etc. So there are some examples that we need to show so that international institutions, in dealing with the fallout from these crises, can actually make it integrated in policy. Wars will not end, unfortunately. This is a fact. As long as humans exist, wars will continue for whatever reason. And it's not just, I'm not just talking about the current situation. But what happens is all of us, I don't want to say pay a price, but are being affected. And there's a role for each one of us. Governments, private sector, civil society, and the multilateral institutions. And what I'm seeing from where I am as Minister of International Cooperation is that there is more focus today on trying to streamline or align the policies of these different stakeholders. We're trying to do it internally, and we're trying to also advocate that on the international stage.
Dr. Rania, thank you so much. A round of applause for Dr. Rania. You have to go. You've got another important panel to go to. Thank you so much. And leaving us with a lot of food for thought, Your Excellency Preeti. I love looking at macro and micro level, and in a way that the big financing institutions and the big institutions are looking at funding and how that can trickle down to the people that need it most. How are you seeing the funding right now towards your agendas, and specifically on gender equality, and whether there's any signs of concern, because we're seeing a lot of focus being shifted. Firstly, it was healthcare, right? And now we're seeing a shift towards defense.
Thanks, Eleni, again. So I think the emphasis is there. Now we need action. So, you know, this year we've seen the Generation Equality Forum. So institutions like the US are involved in 2X initiatives. So we are seeing funding happen. Let me give perhaps two ideas about what we are doing. We are focused on public and private financing. So while the public financing, a lot of governments here, and again, acknowledging the government of the UAE for inviting us as well, that in Senegal, we took the public sector FONSIS, Sovereign Wealth Fund, and created a women's fund, a WE fund, W-E-E. And we've got about $15 million in there now, a mixture of public and private capital, so that we can invest in women enterprises in Senegal. So we are trying to make such steps. But as the minister was saying, it's a combination of policies. So you've got to start with the policies, get women inclusion into those policies, and then go into financing structures. So we feel that there is a good emphasis. Now we need to work on the action plans. So Generation Equality Forum, such structures, and a particular example I like is out in Bangladesh, Singapore. We're partnering with IIX, the Women's Livelihood Bonds. That's a way of channeling institutional capital from the capital markets into women SMEs through a public bond listed on the Singapore Stock Exchange. So lots of structuring to be done, but we need the power of the women to come up with those enterprises, and we need to support that.
Absolutely, and that's really encouraging and very exciting. The IMF, of course, and we've ascertained this, that they, you as an institution has been really at the forefront for a long time now in focusing on, gender-related programs and capacity building within that space. What's your assessment, sir, on the way that low-income countries and least developed economies are faring within the space? Are you concerned that because of the shocks that we're seeing, we could see even bigger regression?
Yes, with all of these shocks that we have been seeing, COVID-19 included the threat of climate change as well, because there is a great deal of vulnerability when it comes to women. Actually, there are very striking statistics that women are 14 times more vulnerable than men in the cases of natural disasters associated with climate change. It's not 14%, it's not 140%, it's 14 times in the cases that have been tested in exposure to natural disaster because of severe weather changes and climate change. And then we see the impact of COVID-19. We mentioned the figures of poverty, we mentioned the issues related to loss of jobs, malnutrition problems, and then with the vulnerability again of food, finance, and fuel, again, the vulnerability of women is higher. So anything that we can do in these kind of three strategies that are being adopted by the IMF. One is the gender strategy. Second one is about digitalization. And the third is about sustainability. And these three strategies are very much reinforcing each other. But basically, what's linking them together is basically finance. Because you can really, at the end of the day, you can talk about ambitious goals, ambitious aspirational targets of SDGs, and then Vision 2030 for many countries are adopting. But basically, if you don't really have the budget of the state to start us with, we are not going to be getting the kind of private sector involved, because there is a kind of a very big mistake when we put emphasis on the business sector and the private sector without really knowing what the budget of the state is going to be providing. Is it going to be crowding in the private sector? Is it going to be crowding out the private sector? So I think the natural starting point is from the budget to the state, where the accountability could be there. The parliament can really be checking if really the government and the leadership are basically delivering on what they claim. And then we can really see the investment opportunities. Having said that, we need really to be guided by good evidence as well. And it's good that Mr. Abdullah Lutai is with us here, and he's been doing a great job in statistics, because in all countries, including relatively rich countries like what we see in the GCC, they are always constrained by funding. So you need always to be guided by good data in order to prioritize better. And then the issues related to implementation. Implementation here is not through the multilateral system. It's through localization of the work. When you see the communities connected and they see the impact of these investments and spending in their local communities, that could be realized. We know that the hard way. In cases of Colombia, Rwanda, and Liberia, what's there in common between those three countries? That all of them went through tough times 20 or 30 years ago. Three countries enjoy great leadership role of women, but they discovered that after civil unrest, civil war, and problems, that then they discovered that the women, if they are given a chance, they could really be peace builders. They could really monitor what's happening at the local level, and they can provide solutions. They could not be just recognized as victims, but basically being recognized as part of the solution. One final point related to the SDGs. I invented something when I was at the World Bank with UNDP and UN Women. It's called SDGs and Her. And then I launched this initiative. There was a nice blog that was written, and I was very proud and about this SDGs and Her. came back to my daughter, my only daughter. I say, well, I did great today. I put a title that empowering women will help countries achieve the SDGs. She said, well, good try, but don't ever say empowering again. Come on. What did I do wrong with that? Because she said, this is the new generation of women. My generation perhaps might be happy with the word empowerment. But the younger generation say, well, those who can empower would disempower if they have the mood to do that. What we need is fair chance and aspiration. Yeah. So this is the new generation when you invest in them in human capital. So for those of us who say still empower, be careful with the younger generation challenging you going forward.
We want to meet your daughter. She sounds fantastic.
I am. Welcome anytime. Yeah.
It sounds like she's really put interesting ideas in your mind. Your Excellency Preeti, and I go back to some of the lessons learned in the least developed countries and some of the plight that people face. And we're here talking, in Dubai in a wonderful auditorium, and, women's suffering is continuing on the ground. Could you tell me about some of the immediate challenges that need to be absolutely addressed right now with a sense of urgency that perhaps have evolved because of the crises of late?
So look, I think challenges of healthcare and education are predominant. I think at the moment we need to make sure we have primary healthcare centers being set up. And again, I think that's a public-private financing initiative. So we would like to work on some things like that get that last mile access to the woman in the village, as you mentioned. I think for us, a digital ID, the KYC ID. So Sudan came to us and said, we have cash transfer in place, but we need to send the money. We don't know where to send it, in the sense. So we need the cash, the ID or the KYC identifying how we can get to the families would be another such aspect. So those would be some of the challenges we see right away. But continuing the challenges, of course, are getting women access to education. We've been working on local infrastructure, so creating even bus terminals or social infrastructure that can transport women and reduce the risk of, danger or gender-based violence along the way.
Yeah, I come from South Africa, and I know gender-based violence issues, unfortunately, firsthand, and it's something that, it's a bigger topic that needs to be discussed. If you would say the priorities, Your Excellency Preeti, would you say education, right? Well, access to food and water, education, right? Financial inclusion through a mobile phone, maybe, and then you open so many doors.
Right.
Would you put that as priorities?
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
I think, sorry, we just started with financial inclusion, and then we went to each sector, agriculture,
everything else. It opens that door, right? Absolutely. Your Excellency, yes.
No, very quickly, just to emphasize that this is not just going to be good for women inclusion and having some positive improvement in gender, as Preeti mentioned. But basically, these are the ingredients for any kind of success to achieve the sustainable development goals, because we put them in the same three: investment in human capital, health and education, investment in infrastructure, including internet and IT solutions with fair access to all, and then investment in resilience, which gets us into issues related to climate. Your home country is doing a good example in that when we are talking about phasing out from coal, investing in renewables, but there is some tricky part of it. It's not really the material investments in phasing out from coal, investing in renewables. It's basically about the investment and resilience of the local community that could really be either impacted negatively by phasing out or impacted positively by phasing in renewables. And here the role of society, and it's not discovered. People say, well, we're going to be investing in women because they are macro-critical, like the IMF mentioned, like Rania mentioned. But it's not a discovery. Since the creation of this world, there have been 50-50. In some societies, actually, women are outnumbering men. If you are talking about resilience of society, it's women that are going to be the critical determining factor of success and, God forbid, failure. So let's talk success here.
Let's talk success. Thank you so much. Look, it's been so illuminating listening to both of you. Thank you, sir, for being someone that is, really taking gender at heart in everything you do. Thank you so much, Your Excellency Preeti, for doing the same. It's been such an honor. We need to have more of these conversations. And thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Look out for orange bombs.
As Managing Editor, CNN Abu Dhabi, who will be moderating the discussion. Thank you.
A very good morning. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's good to be here. Good to be here at the World Government Summit. Really good to all be gathered again. Fantastic. Very much looking forward to this panel. Gentlemen, thank you. It did occur to me as I was watching what was quite a performance at the Oscars last night. I don't know if any of you have seen it. Will Smith taking a punch at a Chris Rock. The reason I bring it up is it occurred to me that I have literally never seen that sort of aggressive behaviour here in the UAE in the 10 years that I've lived here and the 20 years that I've been coming to the UAE. Take it from me, for those of you who don't live here, this is the safest place that I have ever had the luck to live in. If you haven't seen the video, it's viral. I'm not suggesting you should go out and watch it, but it's viral and it's out there. We are here today to talk about the UAE emerging from the COVID pandemic, as what my esteemed guests will, I'm sure, suggest is a rapid and vibrant growth story. This is a country that has a vision, a commitment to a diversified and future-looking growth story, providing business and investment opportunities for a very wide profile of people. So what I want to do, because we've got a very, very short period of time today, we could talk at length about this story. But I really do want to just get this kicked off. And start with you, if I can, Your Excellency Hilal, to just lay out what your UAE investment outlook is as we speak here today through the lens of Dubai.
So first of all, a very good afternoon to everyone here, and welcome to the UAE, to those of you visiting, and especially those visiting the first time. I always get surprised when we see people in the audience here for the first time, but welcome. The investment outlook, as all of us have, as you have alluded to, looks very positive. I think today, in a very turbulent time where you see, people grappling still in many places with COVID, war in Europe, recession plus inflation, the world looks like a relatively scary place to an investor. What we are finding is that the investment the UAE has made over the last 50 years has now built a track record and built confidence. Many of the investors and companies we see here today, they've been here for a while. One of the meetings I had some weeks ago, they showed me their trade license and it said 1968. So, time definitely flies. And that confidence and the resilience of the UAE and the very positive way in which every challenge, including COVID, is handled, where politics don't mix with business or healthcare or anything else, brings a lot of confidence to the world today. And we're seeing a great deal of interest, not just from investors looking to set up global headquarters or an industrial hub or anything, or a tech hub, but we're also seeing a lot of interest from individuals and talent looking to invest in their future by making Dubai and the UAE their home. And for us, I think that level of confidence is something we're humbled by, and we really do see the acceleration continuing to grow. Just to give a small example of the real estate sector, 2021 had more transactions than the last 13 years. So you can see the confidence is, the population is grown significantly. surpass pre-COVID levels. So you could just see just some small, very small indicators all showing very positive trends. But
thank you. No, that's I'd like Excellency Mohammed. Will you just bounce off the back of that? I think it's useful to start off with how you believe the learnings and successes of the COVID period have helped, to your mind, accelerate business and the investment offer here.
Thank you, Becky. What you will hear from me, a lot of things will tell you the alignment that we have as Abu Dhabi and Dubai and the UAE in general. But as a start, I think COVID was a wake-up call to a lot of different countries and cities. And we looked at it from an opportunity rather than a pandemic, economic pandemic. So we went back to the drawing board. We looked at what are the areas that we really need to develop. Obviously, leadership in Abu Dhabi and United Arab Emirates, trying to reduce the dependency of oil and gas and hydrocarbons of our GDP was significant in terms of moving away from hydrocarbons to diversify completely to a different sectors. What are those sectors that we're talking about? So we looked at agriculture technology, financial technology, healthcare and biopharma, obviously, tourism. And we started again going into the nitty-gritty details of how to make Abu Dhabi competitive. Yes, at the beginning of your introduction, you said you feel safe in United Arab Emirates. And alhamdulillah, Abu Dhabi is the safest city in the world. Obviously, United Arab Emirates and its leadership have played a big role in bringing Abu Dhabi and the United Arab Emirates where it is now. But we've learned a lot during the pandemic.
You talk a lot about forward-facing, forward-looking opportunities here. And I just want for both of you to explain what you mean by that, because that can be, you know, it's a well-used term to a certain extent. But I think it would be useful to just drill down with some examples, if you will, of why you believe. You've talked about the diversification from a hydrocarbons-based economy. But it's this future-looking, forward-facing economy that I think is important to drill down on. Halal, just give me some examples of why it is that you believe that is an offer here in the UAE.
I think it comes down to the attitude towards business and what my esteemed colleague was talking about, which is diversification. Today, the world is moving very fast. If we look at some of the sectors, such as the digital sector, Web 3.0 and virtual assets and everything else, we can see there is a massive evolution happening. I was this morning talking to my son about the Binance summit, which is on, and he said, "Did you have crypto when you were at university?" I said, "They taught us to use emails at university," which was a little while ago. But what we see here is the role of the government, and the role of the government is to really make sure that we don't have an escalation of commitment. We don't believe in protectionism. We don't let politics guide our decision making. The important thing here is for us to stay ahead of the curve and to make sure we create an environment from a regulatory perspective across all sectors that is open, transparent, borderless, and allows investors to feel that they feel safe and feel that they have a clear partner with them going forward. The other last comment I would make on this one is the specific sectors mentioned by my colleague as well. A lot of sectors, are moving very fast. Traditional sectors are changing. If you look, for example, at the supply chain today, one of the oldest sectors out there, and logistics, that is undergoing tremendous pressure and change. We as a country are very well positioned at the center of the world, and we play a massive role in the global supply chain. And even traditional industries and businesses like that, you can see how we've managed to pivot to really make sure that businesses are protected. People can look at rebasing here. And also, with the private sector, that sort of partnership where, they're the people driving, this evolution and these opportunities, and we are learning from them all the time about how these sectors should be run.
That's fascinating. It leads me to a question on crypto. To both of you, perhaps Mohammed, you'll start with this. What will the crypto regulatory framework look like in the UAE?
I'm smiling because I was just talking to Hilal about it before we come on the stage. And I'm also the regulator of the Security Commodity Authority. And from a crypto regulatory framework, I think the government has to be the enabler to create that ecosystem in the United Arab Emirates. And crypto is coming. We understand that. But we have to have the right framework. We have to have the right regulatory environment for it to thrive. And we have to enable that. And we are working with the local governments as well how to put this on steroids, because we can attract a lot of those big companies. We can create those crypto assets inside the United Arab Emirates, but we have to regulate the investors and the people that create assets. And this is what we are trying and working very diligently with our eco player partners like Hilal and his team, and also in Abu Dhabi as well at the same time. It's coming, it's gonna stay, it's gonna develop. We have to be dynamic and agile in living with this regulatory framework that is changing day by day.
So what will crypto look like for the UAE? Just explain, Hilal.
Look, I think we have to, crypto is a word that I think is often misunderstood. And the way we look at it is that, of course, anything related to payments, which is what, a lot of people are talking about, is the purview of the central bank. And we need to make sure that that is regulated, properly and strictly. When it comes to virtual assets in general, this is a whole new ecosystem. When it comes to the metaverse, Web 3.0, when it comes to the different type of utility tokens out there, we need to make sure that this evolution in technology, that the UAE becomes the global capital. And we see the talent movement coming here. We see people, we see major corporates, banks, other multinationals that are starting to, tiptoe into the space, choosing the UAE as their home to do that. And I think we have a very big role to play in that. And I do think, as my colleague said, as long as there is an enabling ecosystem that protects the most vulnerable, the industry will thrive.
How do you ensure? Yeah, because ultimately you have to ensure that this is an above-board environment, correct?
Absolutely.
You talked about incoming talent, and you talked about attracting talent, and you talked about that being an environment where you believe there is a real opportunity for the UAE. I just want to talk about that attraction of talent here and how you will retain that talent. And I'm just thinking about what's happening, in the world as we speak at present, the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and sadly, the appetite so many young Russians and Ukrainians have for moving out of that space and into other places. How welcome are they here? I'm talking about youngsters with a real appetite to find a safe and evolving environment where they will find opportunities. Hello.
So I think first, let me start with the first part of your question, which is talent. First of all, of course, it all comes back to quality of life and standard of living. And as everybody knows here, the government measures happiness. And let's leave what the government here measures and just look at all the international rankings. The UAE sits at the top of all the rankings, whether it's whichever ranking you look at, sits at the top of the region and sits, depending on the ranking, top 5, top 10 in the world, for quality of life and for ease of access, best place for expats, largest growth in tech, talent, and all of those type of rankings. The question is why? And I think you started off with security, right? Rule of law is, of course, sadly, what a lot of people are looking for today. And also, there are very few places in the world that have developed such a leading infrastructure, both digital and physical, that is new and it works. It was tested during COVID. It worked very well. There was no discrimination between anybody living here. Everybody had equal access to healthcare, vaccination, and in this time, this was important to people, and it wasn't seen at other places. The other thing that I have to say is that we don't want to blow our own trumpet and say it's everything we're doing right. It's not. Actually, a lot of countries around the world have chosen to go, and in many different geographies, have chosen to go in the opposite direction. They're focused on protectionism, nationalism, and all these other words that we, are allergic to here. So I think, there is a pull factor, but there's also the push factor. And we are seeing talented youth, not just youth actually, even retirees from all over the world attracted to the UAE, to Dubai, to Abu Dhabi, to all of the Emirates.
How successful are you being in attracting and retaining international business who are perhaps potentially looking at a different location for their, not just MENA, but international headquarters? How do you provide, or what is that opportunity here that should convince a big multinational corporation that Dubai or Abu Dhabi going forward competes with London, Madrid, Frankfurt, not Madrid particularly, but London, Frankfurt, and Paris, New York, for example?
I think, first of all, we don't use force. Okay, that's one. Two, we show them what's the value add to them being in the United Arab Emirates and Abu Dhabi or Dubai.
So explain what that value is.
Well, there's a lot. First of all, you have a political stability. That's one. You have an excellent monetary system. You have a state-of-the-art digital infrastructure platforms in the United Arab Emirates. You have 100% ownership of your businesses. Easy to access talent. And not only accessing talents from outside, but the government in the United Arab Emirates are actually developing their local talents as well to the best breed and what type of sectors that are coming up, either in the technology side, in the coding side, in the R&D side. So we're not only investing inside, but we're also trying to attract also talents from outside. That's two. Three, we have to show the people that United Arab Emirates is your springboard to the region. Yes, as an economy, we are not as big as others, but we're talking about 70 to 80% of the population is only 7 to 8 hours flight. And the excellent relationship that the United Arab Emirates has politically and economically with those countries is second to none. The recent agreement that's been signed with India and new FTA agreements that are coming, that's also an added value we give to those companies to be in this part of the world. So there is a lot that we offer to those companies. As my colleague Hilal was saying, it's not only the lifestyle, it's not only the talent availability, the progressiveness of the government, the ease of reaching to leadership in the government. It's all of the above.
There will be people in this room who will be well aware of a similar story being talked about by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the moment. There will be people in this room who are also aware of the narrative that said there is a huge competition, which at times feels a little ugly at present. So, Halal, just your perception of this situation. Where are we as far as competition with, a bigger at present economy in this region and a very proactive country, talking a similar story of evolution?
Look, I think I'd like to answer this question in two parts. The first part is we need to really understand that the economies in this region are correlated. And a very similar situation in Europe. So if Germany does well, it's not bad for France, it's good for France. And it's exactly the same here. The UAE is fully behind, the Saudi Plan 2030. We work very closely with our colleagues, and every sector that evolves in the region makes this region more and more important to the world. We're seeing great traction. I can give you tourism as an example. People don't come from the other side of the world to visit only one city. All of us in the room today, when we visit Europe, we very rarely go to one city and spend a month there. We visit different cities and we drive around. I see the evolution of tourism in the region being, allowing us to grab a much larger global share of long-haul travel. Today, people come to the UAE and they go to the Maldives or they go to Africa for safari, but in the future, they'll be able to come and see the wonderful sights around the whole region, and that's going to be extremely positive. But it's the same in every single sector. The second part, I would say, is that, we have to look at, what does the UAE mean to the world in terms of region? My colleague mentioned the word region, but he didn't define exactly which region. And that region has changed over time. Pre-last crisis, 2009, it was the Middle East region. And then in 2009, people added Africa to the equation. Today, companies have changed the way they look at the world, and they're looking at where can I have a truly global hub that I can manage the future of the office from. And, yes, maybe people are not set up here for America, although in the new digital world that's changing maybe, or China. But when you look at the rest of the world, Central Europe, through Asia, across Turkey and the CIS, you see people growing the hubs they have in the UAE, almost on a monthly basis. And there is not one company that we talk to that is not doing that. Those companies are also growing in Saudi. They're also growing in Qatar. They're also growing in Bahrain. They're also growing in Oman. They're growing in Africa as well. So I do think that, in a world that's troubled by, recession and inflation, this region is offering a lot of opportunity for real growth.
And let's talk about that, because coming out of COVID, we saw a significant uptick in inflation. The crisis in Europe now will only exacerbate that inflationary environment. And I'm sure we will hear this discussed at this World Government Summit over the next 3 days. And it's an important thing to discuss. Are we looking down the barrel of a global recession at present? What is your message, Mohammed, about how the UAE will effect to future-proof itself in what looks like a very, very difficult business and economic environment going forward?
Well, Becky, as you just mentioned, that UAE is part of a global system. And if there is a global recession, we'll definitely get a little bit of this here or there. But how we make it proof being a recession is very simple. First of all, we have an excellent monetary system. That's one. Two, we are investing a lot in our economy. Number three, we are investing also in other countries. We look at it as opportunities as well. A lot of our sovereign wealth funds in Abu Dhabi and Dubai are actually investing in new technologies outside of the UAE. I'm not going to talk about their investments inside, but they're also doing outside tremendously, because there are a lot of opportunities when challenges are coming up. So the governments are becoming more interlinked, much more aligned, one direction. And this is what our leadership want in the United Arab Emirates. And I think, as Hilal was saying earlier, there is a lot of communication between Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, Federal. And this is the new UAE, if I can put it in a different way. And having that direction will take us to a better place.
At the launch of the 50 projects for the next 50 years, which celebrated the 50-year anniversary of this country, the sort of modality of that was around this idea of the United Arab Emirates, a reminder of the fact that this country, as you rightly points out, is more than just Abu Dhabi and Dubai. The reputation of this country, of Dubai, of Abu Dhabi and the other Emirates, is obviously key to the growth story going forward. And I think we should just address two reputational issues which have come about of late. One is the January the 17th terror attacks here, and your message about how this country will ensure everybody's safety going forward. I mean, as for me as a lifestyle offer, as I say, this is the safest place that I've ever lived in my life. The other story, and Halal, perhaps you'll take this one on, is the issues that the international financial regulator still has to ensure that the UAE doesn't sit on a grey list as far as financing is concerned, anti-money laundering, etc.
Look, I think, I think we have to distinguish between the headline titles of the media on the grey list and what was actually written in the FATF report, which is available on their website. Mm-hmm. So if we move to the latter, it's very clear that it commends the UAE in a very positive way. It's basically saying everything that was asked was done. Mm-hmm. So I had a question the other day, was what else do you have to do? They've not asked us to do anything else, actually. But it asks for it's basically talking about the effectiveness. Mm. And by effectiveness, what they mean is that they want to see the effective implementation over time. So they're basically saying, you've done everything that was asked for, now we just want to wait some time to see, has this all resulted in reporting, fining, whatever else is needed. We're very confident that what's happened now is just for us to monitor. Mm. And, I want to really thank the central bank and all of the different authorities that have been involved because, it definitely shows, as my colleague had said, the UAE working very closely together as one unit or one nation to make sure that we got, this positive report coming out of it.
The UAE's The UAE's foreign policy is and will be fully focused on serving the economic interests of this country going forward. The geopolitics of this region are changing rapidly. It is remarkable to see what is going on around this region. But I addressed two issues, and Halal has just spoken to one of them. The other is the security of this nation. It faces, as others do, but let's be quite clear, it has been the victim of attacks at the beginning of this year. Mohammed, what is your message at this point?
We are a country of tolerance and peace, and this has always been entrusted in our, I think, DNA from the creation of United Arab Emirates and our founding fathers. And we'll continue to do this. I think with the recent geopolitical map that's happening around us, we've been entrusted as well to lead how to bring everybody together. And I think this is also a testament to our leadership on their vision, on their of the stability of United Arab Emirates. And I think United Arab Emirates is in a unique position to lead in different arenas to come out of this in a very peaceful way, not only for UAE, but also for the region.
We've got about 2 minutes left. I've been told we must stop on time. This has been terrific. Thank you, guys. A couple of questions left from me. Halal, capital markets and the Dubai IPO pipeline. Where are we at, and what does this mean? What does what's going on in Dubai mean for the wider UAE investment outlook?
So first of all, we are definitely at an exciting time. I think we see a lot of interest, tremendous amount of interest around the Dubai IPO. This is one of 10 government entities which are being looked at to IPO. In addition to, many privately owned entities that have started the process and we will see coming through the pipeline. What does this mean for the capital markets here? It means greater depth across sectors. It means greater depth in capital, more transparency in governance. And it also means that it's a great piece of the puzzle as the UAE is a hub for a much wider region, which we talked about, to really play its role in the capital market side as well. If you fast forward because whenever we talk to investors, we always say, right, this is what we're doing today. We're not shouting about it too much because we have a pipeline and we have to get through the next, all of these IPOs. But if you do fast forward 3 years, you will see a very strong regional hub in the UAE that surpasses what we see other regional companies looking to global markets for, because there's more interest in the companies here, the brands are known, and the investors understand the risk they're taking. So we're very positive about the outlook.
Mohammed.
In Abu Dhabi, Becky, the capital markets is an important pillar in our strategic strategy. Abu Dhabi stock market cap is now about 1.6 trillion dirhams. We have another 15 companies in the pipeline. We created the new IPO fund that will assist family companies and companies from outside to come and list in the Abu Dhabi stock market, and dual listing as well. Again, if the government will not be progressive and enable those companies, it wouldn't be easy for us in Dubai or Abu Dhabi to attract those companies to come and list here.
Final question to both of you. What are you most excited about? Which sector here do you believe is going to really surprise those who don't know this place and really take off in the future? Provide a real pillar for growth.
Go ahead.
Look, I think, we're all talking about tech, we're all talking about entrepreneurship, we're all talking about, unicorns and everything else, and we're fully behind that. But I think it's interesting because when you look at manufacturing and you look at the next generation of manufacturing and you look at the geopolitics and you look at what the UAE offers in terms of relationships with other countries, the logistics, the supply chain infrastructure, I feel that's going to be the one that surprises us, because I think the sheer scale of what we're seeing, especially within the context of ESG and solar, is massive across the UAE. So that's my quick.
And you bring up ESG, and I know Mohammed. Go on.
I agree with Hilal. I will definitely add another sector, which is exporting services from here. I believe we have an amazing companies and talents that we can export our expertise from United Arab Emirates to a lot of the regions around us. And I think this is something that we need to keep an eye on.
I think that's it from me. Thank you very much indeed. I hope the audience here has enjoyed this. Gentlemen,
thank you. Thank you.
I'll let you go.
Becky, thank you for the session. I would like to welcome on stage His Excellency Khaldoon Al-Mubarak, Managing Director and Group CEO for Mubadala, and also Larry Fink, Chairman and CEO BlackRock. I'm also glad to welcome again John Defterios, Senior Advisor, UPCO Worldwide, and a Professor of Business at New York University of Business. The conversation will be under the theme, The Long View Lessons from Investment Leaders, and on the principles that will reshape the future of investment. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If I can have those that are in the aisle to go ahead and sit down, because we have a very brief 30 minutes with two of the leading voices globally in the investment sector. In a sense, we have the luxury to take a long-term view, which is something that's very challenging in today's environment. Not only the global financial crisis going back to 8, 9, 10, 11, thereafter having the shock, of course, of the global pandemic. We come out of it, we start to grow again, and then you always get a surprise that kind of shakes the apple cart, and that is Russia-Ukraine. On inflationary pressures, of course, because of the food supplies that come out of both those countries. Natural gas prices surging 500% in the last year, rising even before this crisis, and then a scramble for supplies of both oil and gas, even here in the UAE and in Saudi Arabia, and the US suppliers making shipments to Europe. And then there's a whole concept of what impact will this have? What are the ripple effects on globalization, the structure we've known for the last 30 years? We're starting to hear hints of pricing assets outside the US dollar. The US dollar being used as a weapon in terms of sanctions today, particularly with Russia. What are the broader implications of that? I just say in this context, in my coverage since 1990 of the UAE, and more profoundly in the last decade itself, it's one of the most globalized economies. So one of the key questions to His Excellency Khaldoon Al-Mubarak is, when you see the systems being shaken up so much in such a short period of time, how do you protect what you've built over the last 4 to 5 decades and the acceleration over the last decade? Let's give a warm welcome to His Excellency Khaldoon Al-Mubarak and the CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink. Larry didn't want to control the debate this morning, but we had a roundtable looking at the next 2 years to 2025. And one of the things that was raised by me was the shareholders letter that went out Friday by BlackRock, talking about the rattling of globalization, perhaps the end of globalization, the developments we've had over the last 30 years. But I wanted to start, and I'll bring that up, but I wanted to start, how do you keep your eyes on the long view as a development fund first? I followed your investments into global foundries, and many thought, well, why is Mubadala, why is the UAE going into semiconductor chips when the prices are so cheap? What did you see when it comes to data demand and the proliferation of mobile phones? So if I was going to look long term, and let's just give it a horizon of 10 years right now, what sectors do you want to be in regardless of what's rattling the cage in the global markets? How do you keep sight on the medium to longer term?
Thank you, John. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, it's a pleasure being here today. I want to thank Minister Abdullah for his kind invitation and for this wonderful organization. It's such a pleasure to be here in Expo, particularly after the last couple of years that we've all had. To have a gathering like this, finally, together in one room is such a pleasure. I've had my experience professionally running Mubadala, and now we are entering our 20th year. 20 years running Mubadala, 20 years as CEO of this business. I've lived through all kinds of challenges over the last 20 years. The volatilities, the cycles of the market. As a long-term investor, Mubadala ultimately is a sovereign fund, is a long-term investor. We look after sustainable returns, generating sustainable returns on the long term. And that allows us to take decision-making a bit differently than maybe other funds. We do truly take a long-term perspective. And with that, what we have been successful in is taking thematic views, be it on sectors, be it on geographies, investing in them with conviction, and then having the patience to, you mentioned an example, semiconductors. We took a thematic view many years ago on that sector. We invested in that sector, knowing with convictions. I think that the word I will always repeat is convictions. We had convictions that semiconductors are going to be an important part of the global economy, are going to be an important part of the technological evolution that's happening, and are a component that is so critical to pretty much everything. Industrial, financial, there's not an industry that doesn't have a component of it that is linked to that sector. But it was also a sector that was not loved at that point when we started investing in that space. So we took a thematic view, we invested in it, we lived through various cycles, and again, that thematic view has proven to be accurate or correct in the way we all see today the importance and the prominence that semiconductors over the last 3 years has come back into the forefront, and COVID certainly helped with that. So I think from a general, answering you broadly and maybe microscopically using semiconductors, what we've tended to do and what's been successful for us as a sovereign fund and as Mubadala is to invest, taking a long-term view, looking for sustainable returns, identifying thematic areas that define our strategy to invest, focus on that, be very focused, be very disciplined, and then pivot when you need to pivot, because the markets do change and the cycles do change, and being able to have an organization that's able to pivot when you need to.
Let's clarify the shareholders' letter if we can, Larry, because everybody was interpreting it as the end of globalization, but having so much disruption over a 12-year period is testing the resilience of government systems, the private sector itself, the international governmental organizations as well, no doubt about it. But is Russia-Ukraine that much of a disruptor, where you have Russia aligning with China, China staying neutral, the majority of the Middle East staying neutral? It kind of has to as it straddles East and West. Does it shock supply chains so much that everybody's going to nearshore post-pandemic and not have these long-distance supply chains? Everybody was very shocked that we're rolling back the clock to the 1970s. How do you calibrate where we are with globalization today, and how do you maintain the systems that have been built over those last 3 decades?
Well, like Khaldoon said, it's great to travel again. It's great to be here. Mr. Minister, thank you for being the host, and it's fantastic to be with a group of people. It's always nice to be with my friend Khaldoon. So let me start off with that. Well, my letter did not say there's an end to globalization. I love the press, but they write whatever they would like to write. But what I did write about is how we frame globalization over the last 30 years is changing. And I do believe the Ukrainian-Russia war is going to accelerate a change that was beginning even before because of COVID. We were able to operate, and I built BlackRock over the 30 years too at the same time, as globalization was beginning post the dissolution of the Soviet Union. We were able to have the world, and Thomas Friedman talked about the world as flat and how we were all able to be interconnected. And I do believe COVID really started to show that the world is less connected, and maybe we created too efficient of globalization, too efficient of supply chains. And I think that is one of the big reasons why we had deflationary pressures over the last 20, 30 years, because we created such efficiencies with these supply chains. And those supply chains began to break down because of COVID, because of remote working and all the issues. And we started to have real difficulties like in chips and in terms of just-in-time delivery. And I do believe now with the the Russian invasion of Ukraine and Europe waking up and realizing its dependencies on Russian gas and oil, I believe the combination of what COVID has done and now everybody looking at the dependencies in the commodity of oil and energy, and now even in wheat and grain, I think every company in the world is re-looking at their dependencies and asking themselves, are they too dependent in one region, one country? And I believe we are going to see an acceleration of nearshoring and onshoring. And that still means globalization, but a different framework, a different way of looking at it. As my letter wrote, there are going to be some very large countries are going to be beneficiaries of more, I would say, more redundant manufacturing and assembly plants. I raise the question, if we are going to have to create those redundancies in supply chains, that is inflationary? And two, what does it do to corporate margins too? Corporate margins have accelerated over the last 20 years to create these efficient supply chains. And now we may not be able to do that. We need to, our clients demand product just at will, and now clients they're on waiting lists to get products. In the United States, car dealers are able to charge above list price to even get a car. So we're seeing some real difficulties now in how we are accustomed to supplies and delivery, and that is going to be changing how we think. I do believe it's going to change how we build out. It's going to change what globalization was and is. I do believe it's going to have a demonstrable impact on the emerging world as we move more manufacturing closer to demand. And so I do believe all of this is going to change world order in a very large way. At the same time, it's not necessarily all bad. It's going to be very good. But change represents opportunity. It represents long-term opportunity. But it also means that we need governments to be much more longer term, because this type of big, giant change is going to mean we're going to move businesses from one region to another, one country to another. And each country is going to have to learn to adapt, to grow, to be long-term. And I think I do believe humanity is going to be better off from this. So I am an optimist, but this is going to take time to work itself out.
Okay, there's so many offshoots, and I don't want to spend the whole session on Russia, Ukraine, but there's a couple of major things to look at. For example, with Mubadala Investment Corporation, you had a case where you were going to commit $6 billion to Russia and a partnership with the Russia Direct Investment Fund. But in actual fact, you haven't done that full allocation. Now, if I look at your portfolio, it's $100 billion into the United States. So many people have said, okay, what does Mubadala do with Russia? You take a longer term view. You're obviously very heavily weighted at a $243 billion fund with $100 billion in the United States. Can you straddle both? Or you have confidence in the dollar remaining the reserve currency today? Can you sit on the crossroads of East and West and say, we can maintain a balanced political position, but most importantly, as a fund, a business position?
I think, John, it's very important when you're running an investment institution such as Mubadala, and when you look at what we've been good at over the last 20 years, looking at the future, we got to stick to what we're good at. We're good at investing globally. We're good at building a diversified portfolio. We're good at managing risk. We're good at picking thematic views in terms of sectors that we want to invest in. That's what has been our recipe for success over the last 20 years, and that's what we will continue to do. So what is happening around the world right now, this volatility, this cycle, this new cycle we're in right now, presents a lot of challenges, but it also presents a lot of opportunity. And what we have done consistently, and what we will do consistently, is continue to stick to our strategy, stick to what we do best, and continue to build a global portfolio. And investing and try to continue to invest wisely in that front. Now, when you ask me about specifically Russia, Russia we've been investing in Russia probably for over 10 years. It represents less than 1% of our portfolio. In the past, it's been a country that we've invested in. We've had a diverse, both public and private portfolio. No, leave that aside. We live in a world where we have to continue to manage carefully our portfolios and prudently. What is happening in this crisis between Russia and the Ukraine is a travesty with catastrophic consequences in terms of human life and in terms of the impact it's having on economies all over the world. There's no question that it's in the best interest of the whole world that this crisis ends now, immediately. The sooner there is a political solution, diplomatic solution, that puts this war to an end, obviously the better it is for everyone. That is really, I think, what's important from us when I look at it from the context of how we look at where the world is going. Obviously, in this environment, we have to pause investment in this market in Russia. We can't obviously but pause and await to see how the situation settles. But going back to what we do as Mubadala, that doesn't change our convictions in terms of how we invest and where to invest and how we go about it.
Good. I'd like to look, Larry, one other implication here. If you kind of tune in, you see Saudi Arabia may be willing to price oil and gas in renminbi. The BRICS Bank in December, the new development bank based in Shanghai, floated a 2 billion renminbi bond for the first time. Russia's asking to be paid in rubles for its oil and natural gas. You could see a scenario where it creates the environment, and you address this in your shareholder letter, that the cryptocurrency could be shaped in partnership with Russia, China, the oil and gas producers. And if the U.S. is using the dollar as a weapon on sanctions, which it has done, that it accelerates the role of the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency. How do you see it from a man who manages $10 trillion of wealth today? Is this the beginning of that transition, or does it accelerate the transition?
Well, I think there is a need for a digital currency. Whether it's a digital dollar or a digital yuan or a digital euro or whatever it may be. But I believe with even in this country, so many workers are here who remit their compensation back home. We're talking tens of millions of people who are doing this, and they're paying very large fees to remit that money. The payment system in the world for the amount of transaction is just mispriced today, and I think this is what's leading towards a greater utilization of a digital currency one day. And so, and also in some countries where 50% of the economy is a dark economy, for safety and for security, having more of a digitized currency is going to really elevate countries too. So I look at it more of a social reason why we need more of a digitization of currency. I truly believe that we could save so many of these workers, depending on what they pay. In some respects, they can pay as much as 4% in the remittance to, depending on which banks pay and charge and all that. But there is a mechanism now where we could be really reducing these fees and give back the money to those workers as a remittance. And then, you know, in talking to political leaders of various different countries, with the amount of as I said, a dark economy, that you could see more payments flowing naturally through the system. So I started with the foundation. There is a great need for digitization of currency. There is no need for hard currency anymore. And then whether that is the hegemony of the dollar or the hegemony of three different vehicles, we'll see how the market all plays out. I mean, some of the suggestions that you just brought up is more political, and I'm trying to focus on the social need of why we need digital currency. So I'm a very large believer of a stable coin type of currency, not a Bitcoin, a stable coin that is based on a currency, or each country or a country creates a digitization of that.
You could have a basket of currencies, right?
Or you could create, that would be a fantastic basket of a world currency. That could work out too. But obviously that represents a lot of issues. What are the role of banking in that? Who plays that role? Who knows who's doing all the transactions? So you have a lot of privacy issues. So I'm not trying to suggest these are easy solutions. But I do believe the backdrop of what is going on with Ukraine and Russia, and the role of the U.S. dollar and sanctions, I think it's just going to accelerate the conversation of the utilization of some form of digitization of a currency.
Okay, I'd like to get your opinion, short answers from both of you if I can. Has the Iron Curtain gone back up again, though? Is that how profound the Russia-Ukraine situation is? I mean, as I said, you're a very globalized economy. Do you worry that this leads to protectionism and the effort to isolate Russia, and that it has the domino effect? Khaldun?
So the last couple of years, particularly with COVID, we've seen the two sides of globalization, the good side and the bad side. At the beginning, that supply chain disruption and the reaction of many countries and many companies around the world on that defensive reaction, that created a massive supply chain disruption, and the movement towards localization and interdependence, and away from, independence and away from interdependence. That was one of the, I would say, the negative sides of what we saw with COVID. But on the flip side, you look at the reaction of the world in terms of working together to solve COVID, which happened through innovation. The innovation revolution that happened in life sciences, in the development of vaccines, in creating these supply chains to solve this global problem. That wouldn't have happened without actually interdependence. Wouldn't have happened without cooperation. So you can see that ultimately, again, I'm advocating here for globalization. The solution in globalization, the solution in collaboration and in working together towards innovation is a better solution. It's a better solution. Now, having said that, we've started down the road of that disruption of that supply chain that has led to, I think, a transition that is happening, that this current crisis is only exacerbating and moving towards what Larry is describing. I don't think Larry is saying that globalization is over. But I think what he is saying, and what I do agree with, is you're seeing the creation of a new world order. And that is playing itself out. And that creation of this new world order has ramifications on supply chains, which is really at the core of this, on currency movement, on reserve currencies, on how we look at crypto and digital exchanges and digital currency, and how that's going to play its way into trade. At the end of the day, we are in the UAE, and the UAE is built on essentially connectivity. It's built on trade forever. We trade with East, West, North, South. That's what made the UAE and will continue to make the UAE a successful and vibrant economy. In this new world order that's developing, we in the UAE will find our place to continue to grow, to continue to evolve, to continue to be able to trade East, West, North, South, North America, East Asia, North Asia, etc. And figure out also at the same time how we're going to manage through this transition that's happening across the board, from supply chains to currency, and how we can maximize making the UAE an attractive location to be able to operate in this new environment.
This is really interesting. Larry, does it mean that it's very difficult to manage medium-term and long-term risk, as His Excellency is talking about, that democracies are overrated and we can't plan ahead?
inspiring leaders all around the globe, and at the same time to enlighten our view on our understanding of development and prosperity. Regarding the topic that brings us together, which is the importance of women in achieving the SDGs, I couldn't start by anything different than sharing with you that it was actually a Colombian woman who, back in 2011, came up with the idea of a new development agenda. And it was thanks to the help of other public servants that were women, and the willingness and the desire and the commitment of different member states that this came up as a reality under the figure of the SDGs. So it is also that doesn't only makes us proud, but gives us an extraordinary responsibility of working together on this achievement of the SDGs, which at the same time has been a commitment not only from the design of the SDGs, but also on the possibility of implementing strategic actions to fulfill them. And at the same time, and now, after the COVID pandemic and their understanding of this urgent call of the decade of action, which we are fully committed. So I must say also that, as the Vice President was just sharing with you, President Ivan Duque launched and issued in 2019 the first National Development Plan that was directly aligned with the SDGs. And this, of course, was something that provided a wider spectrum for women to act, react, and participate in these achievements of the SDGs in several areas, as the ones were shared with you, not only from the political side, but also at the private sectors and in the civil society. The basis premise of this National Development Plan was a plan that was called Plan for Colombia, Plan for Equality. And I think this makes a difference, because when at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development. In my case, as First Lady, I've had the honor of serving my country for the past 3 years and a half. And let's face it, it's not an easy task and it's not a particular structured role. Actually, in most countries, like in Colombia, the role of the First Lady is a role that is usually scarce in resources, that has a lack of defined functions, that is surrounded by tons of expectations, but few responsibilities that are really limited or demarked. And at the same time, and in an unfortunate way, it is also a role that has been sometimes idealized under some banal stereotypes. So this is when I found on the SDGs a great opportunity to give a structure and to somehow make my work and my willingness to serve a little bit more formal. I have to say I'm a lawyer by professional, but I've always had this feeling and this commitment with serving and serving others. I found definitely on the SDGs one that changed my role as First Lady. And it was SDG 17, because it calls for partnerships and it calls for alliances in order to achieve all of the other 16 SDGs. And I've been always a believer on the power of partnerships. I've been always a believer on the power of working together and the power of bringing together forces and efforts. So under the light of the SDG 17, I've had also the honor of being the Goodwill Ambassador of SDG 17 for Colombia. And at the same time, I had this opportunity of discovering two major responsibilities directly aligned with the SDG 17, which are advocacy and convening. Under those two major capacities, I've been working and I've been framing all my work. And I can say now I'm not only convinced, but I can confirm the power of partnerships, the power of bringing together, the power of articulating different sectors, the power of working to unite, not only for efficient and effective results, but also for connecting from our human capacities. I've been working with different sectors in Colombia, private sector, public sector, academia, international organizations, civil society, all of them coming together in order to achieve something that I believe is also in the nature of women, collective well-being. So those major things I have assumed as major responsibilities and have led as one of our major legacies for societies. And in this endeavor, I've had also the honor of working together with extraordinary women. I have to say that we have around 1,103 municipalities in Colombia, and almost 90% of those local governments have women who are serving as first ladies of the territory, or as we used to call them, social administrators, if that's a word, por gestoras. So I've been working together with them, and we have defined, I was very glad to hear a doctor from Rwanda who was just sharing the experience with nutrition. Actually, I had this ambitious and probably holistic view on how to serve and how to better serve my society. And I've decided to concentrate my work and to focus on different programs and projects according to different stages in what I call the curse of life. And it goes from 0 up to 28 years old. 0 to 6 years, 6 years old in Colombia is considered early childhood. Then from 6 to 14 is what we call adolescence. And then we have from 14 up to 28 what we consider the youth. What had happened in Colombia is that we have had an extraordinary history of really committed work and very good achievements in terms of investing in early childhood. But unfortunately, there was a gap after 6 years old. We do have a law that, as of 3 years ago, was there, sitting there unfortunate, to serve the youth from 14th up to 28 years old. But what we did from our office was to figure the whole process as the curse of life in order to include that link of adolescence and pull the work that we've been doing correctly in early childhood towards the youth. So now that's why we call the curse of life. And we've been working together in two major issues. First, in nutrition. And this is very important to understand, and is that we've been doing it together. We have established actually what we call a social network, social human network, which is very different from the virtual ones, although we are very familiar with virtuality after COVID pandemic. The truth behind it is that we have established positive, direct conversations within the territories to work first on nutrition. And as the doctor from Rwanda was just mentioning, we are working under the premises, which is our National Alliance for Nutrition, with two main objectives: diminish deaths due to malnutrition in kids under 5 years old, and at the same time, providing support for food security in Colombia. So there are no minor things. Those are things that definitely impact the sustainable social and economic development of our countries. In the case of Colombia, because we are truly convinced as well that if you invest in the capacities for the youngest to develop their brains in order to have all the abilities for productivity in the future. And at the same time, you invest in them in something that we call nourishing the soul, which is as well something that is truly related to the nature of women, which is caring, protecting, and raising our children under the premises of zero tolerance of any kind of violence against them, then we know we are bringing the best of our capacities and the best of our abilities as society to these kids. And then for adolescents and the youth, we've been working under a national strategy called Sacúdete, which basically means like shake yourself, because we know the youth is full of energy. And this national strategy has become into the real national movement to strengthen the skills and to foster the talents of the youth in order for them to really enjoy peaceful and prosperous futures based on joyful projects of life, and also understanding their participation in their societies. Because what we look forward is to have this youth mobilizing and applying all their abilities and capacities to better serve their societies, to help us solve those old version problems that we now need new and very updated solutions to them. This holistic view of the course of life from a woman perspective has had something that I believe can confirm the importance of women involved in every single step of social and economic development in our countries. It is due to our nature feeling of solidarity. It is due to our persistence. It is due to our undoubtful capacity of multitasking and understanding big pictures, and also our willingness to serve with our hearts, with devotion, with determination, that we can definitely make that balance that some of the panelists before were saying. We need to include the 50%, when there was probably that 50% that was making the imbalance. And now we can say those are the reasons why we need to include in a better way and in a more efficient way the participation of women in order to achieve not only the SDGs, but in order to keep and to transmit the most valuable part of our essence, which I have no doubt is our humanity. Thank you so much.
الإمارات، ولكني سعيدة أكثر لأن كل وزيرة ستتحدث عن دولة في عالمنا العربي. عندما أسأل عادة عن الإعلام العربي أقول لدينا إعلام ناطق باللغة العربية، وهذا أيضا ينطبق على أكثر من جهة وقطاع وحتى على المرأة العربية. لا يمكن لنا أن نقيم ونعمم بالحديث عن المرأة العربية. كل دولة لها خصوصيتها، وبالتالي نحن نتحدث الآن عن مصر، نتحدث أيضا عن تجربة السودان، عن تجربة سوريا الحبيبة، نتحدث أيضا عن تجربة طبعا الأردن والإمارات، وسأبدأ بالبلد المضيف الإمارات لعدد من الأسباب. دكتورة ميثا طبعا هي مستشارة لأم الإمارات للشيخة فاطمة، سمو الشيخة فاطمة، وقد حصلت على جائزة الشخصية الأكثر تأثيراً فيما يتعلق بالدفاع عن حقوق المرأة، وطبعاً تاريخها معروف بهذا الإطار. وأيضاً السبب الثاني هو أنه بالعادة عندما نتحدث عن حقوق المرأة عادة ما يكون هناك حراك نسائي على الأرض يدفع رأس الهرم للتحرك. بالإمارات القاعدة مختلفة، رأس الهرم منذ البداية، منذ الشيخ زايد الوالد، وأقول ذلك لأني من مواليد الإمارات وطول عمرنا نقول والد الشيخ زايد، منذ عهده رحمه الله، والدفع بالمرأة قد بدأ. وفي بعض الأحيان نقول أنه يسبق المرأة حتى في أمنياتها في الإمارات. دكتورة ميثا، خبرينا عن هذه التجربة.
شكراً، الله يسلم. شكراً لمعالي الأخت عهود الرومي على إتاحة هذه الفرصة لي، وأعتقد أن مثل هذا المنتدى العالمي الهام سيعكس الضوء على الكثير من قضايا التي تهم المرأة في العالم والعالم العربي بالذات. عندما أتكلم عن تمكين المرأة في دولة الإمارات لابد أن نعود مثل ما تفضلتي إلى الوالد المؤسس الشيخ زايد وإلى مقام سيدتي صاحبة السمو الشيخة فاطمة، لأن في الحقيقة حصلنا على الدعم من القيادة. لا يمكن للمرأة أن تحظى بفرص عظيمة في أي بلد في العالم بدون إيمان من القيادة التي تساند هذه المرأة. ما حصل في الإمارات أن القيادة ساندت المرأة وأتاحت لها الفرصة بل ودعمتها. شيخة فاطمة وضعت موديل للمرأة الإماراتية كيف يجب أن تستغل الفرص. المرأة الإماراتية استغلت كل الفرص، استغلت كل الدعم، توفر لها العديد من التشريعات والقوانين التي سهلت لها الحصول على التعليم بشكل مناسب والوظائف بشكل مناسب والتدرج في الوظائف بشكل مناسب. وأيضاً سمو الشيخة فاطمة عززت من دور المرأة في الأسرة، لأننا نعرف أن المرأة تقوم بأدوار متعددة ولا يمكن أن تنجح المرأة في مجال وتفشل في آخر. فمنظومة التكامل في النجاح التي استطاعت أن تحققها القيادة في دولة الإمارات وسمو الشيخة فاطمة بأن تجعل للمرأة منظومة متكاملة من الدعم مما حقق لها نجاح منقطع النظير. وهذا النجاح للعديد من نساء الإمارات أصبحنا مثالاً يحتذى به لدى الشابات والجيل الثاني والجيل القادم.
رغم
أيضاً
العمر القصير للإمارات، نحن نحتفل ب50 عام على تأسيس دولة الإمارات والإنجازات كثيرة جداً. المرأة العربية بصورة عامة كان لها دور كبير بأكثر من دولة. السودان يمكن القول بأنه تفاجأت عندما رأيت أنه أول جمعية نسائية كانت بعام 1943، الاتحاد بعده ب10 سنوات ب52 تقريبا، وحق التصويت ب53. ولكن أين وصلت المرأة السودانية؟ دكتورة سعاد، طبعا هناك تقلبات في المنطقة وبالتالي البيان، خارطة البيان ربما تختلف من وقت إلى آخر، ولكن دعينا نتحدث عن الفترة الأخيرة على الأقل. أين وصلت المرأة؟ تغنينا بالكنداكة السودانية خلال الثورة، هل استطاعت أن تعكس ذلك على العمل السياسي؟
شكرا جزيلا. وفي البدء يستميحك عذرا بأن أزف التحية لمعالي السيدة وزيرة تطوير الحكومة السيدة عهود خلفان على هذه الدعوة الكريمة، وكذلك أحيي كل النساء، نساء العالم، بمناسبة يوم المرأة العالمي وبمناسبة عيد الأم. وأنا أضيف بأن هذه القمة العالمية للحكومات ومنتدى المرأة فهي أيضا عيد بالنسبة للمرأة في كل السودان بهذا الوجود وهذا الزخم الذي يسرنا. ففي البداية أنا أحيي الحضور الكريم وأقول فعلا كما تفضلتي إن السودان، المرأة السودانية قبل 43 ولجت هذا العمل، ولجت العمل الكنداكات. الكنداكة هي المرأة في العهد المروي ما قبل الميلاد، فكانت هنالك الكنداكة الحاكمة، فكنا يحكمنا دولة مروي. فبالتالي استمر هذا وجات 45 أو 43 تكونت هذه الجمعية، جمعية نسوية برائدات، وبعدها كانت الاتحاد النسائي أيضا كان لهم دورهم في العمل على نهضة المرأة السودانية ومساعدتها، إضافة إلى كان العمل لمناهضة الاستعمار. واستمر هذا المنوال واستمرت المرأة السودانية تعمل في كل الحقب. وأنا أقول إن المرأة السودانية في جميع الحقب على مختلف التغيرات بتاعة الحكومة كان لها وجود. فأنا أقول إنه الآن الحمد لله تمت دعوة لزميلاتي من السودان 6 وزيرات، الأستاذ إحلام وزيرة الاستثمار، الدكتورة بتول وزيرة الصناعة، الدكتورة أمال وزيرة التجارة، الدكتورة هزار وزيرة الشباب. فنحن هنا حاضرات بأننا نساء، نحن 7 وزيرات وأخرى زميلتنا في مجلس السيادة. فأنا أقول بأني كان لي عظيم الشرف بأن هذه الوزارة وزارة العمل، وأنا أقول إن وزارة العمل هي لا تخرج عن مهام المرأة، فهي تعنى بالديسنت ويرك أو بتوفير العمل اللائق، بالتدريب والتأهيل، وتعنى كذلك بوضع القوانين والتشريعات التي تحمي المرأة، قوانين حمائية، مش المرأة العاملة. أنا أتكلم عن المرأة العاملة، وأقول إن وزارة العمل هي الوزارة التي تعني لي بالهيومن ريسورس، بالعنصر البشري. فبالتالي نحن يعني قبلي تولى هذا المنصب 5 وزيرات، أنا الوزيرة رقم 6 في وزارة العمل.
شيء جميل بالفعل، والنفس قوي لدى معالي الوزيرة. طبعا معالي الوزيرة عهود في بداية المؤتمر تحدثت عن نقطة مهمة فيما يتعلق أنه المرأة أثبتت وجودها بالفعل، أؤكد هذا الكلام وأبني عليه من خلال الحوار، أنه أثبتت ولكن في أماكن دون غيرها. لماذا؟ في تفاوت موجود في دولنا العربية، رغم أنه نتحدث عن القوانين، نتحدث عن النفس القوي الموجود لدى المرأة العربية. الأردن دكتورة، يعني الصراحة أنا تفاجأت من بعض الأرقام دكتورة هيفا، ولن أذكر كل المؤشرات، فقط سأقول 30 سيدة، نتحدث عن 30 سيدة بلقب معالي منذ تأليف الحكومة الأولى 1921. رقم صادم بالنسبة لي. لماذا؟
تحياتي. أكرر شكري الجزيل للأخت معالي عهود. بالتأكيد المرأة في الإمارات العربية أثبتت وجودها بالتأكيد، ونحييكم من القلب. سيدتي، 30 امرأة في الحكومة الأردنية منذ التأسيس بالتأكيد رقم قليل ورقم مؤشر، وعلينا في الأردن أن ننظر بكل موضوعية وبكل رؤية نقدية للواقع الأردني. ولكن هذا الواقع الأردني هو كما الرجال مسائلين عنها، أنا مسائلة عنها، نحن النساء مسائلين عن الواقع الذي نعيش به، ولكن هذا الواقع لا يسجننا، نحن لسنا سجينات لهذا الواقع، نحن جزء من الصيرورة. الكائن الإنساني والمرأة بالذات قادرة أن تعيد تشكيل الواقع وإيجاد بدائل أفضل لهذا الواقع. كيف يمكن لنا ذلك؟ نحن في الأردن نعي تماما التحدي وننظر إليه كفرصة من أجل تحول شمولي تكاملي، ننظر لموضوع المرأة من منظار هوليستيك أند انتجرال، شمولي. ومن هنا أعتقد أن بالعدد 30 ولكن المرأة الأردنية استطاعت منذ التأسيس مرور المئوية الأولى على الدولة الأردنية، استطاعت أن تكون جزء من القصة الصمود الأردني. نحن نحكي عن قصة جميلة بالأردن، الناراتيف الأردني يتجاوز بكثير. نما الأردن من 1,000,000 إلى 10 مليون الآن، لأن الأردن كان دائما في قلب العالم العربي، فخور بمحليته الأردنية، فخور بوجوده بقلب العالم العربي، وفخور بإنسانيته الجمعاء. ومن هنا كان الأردن حدوده مفتوحة. نحن مدارسنا تطورت من أن تستقبل آلاف الطلبة لأن تتمكن من أن تفتح صفوفها لمئات الآلاف من الطلبة، لأن الأردن في قلب هذا العالم ينطلق.
صحيح، وهذا ناهيك عن اللاجئين المتواجدين.
بالتأكيد
يعني
اللاجئين
مشكورين على كل الجهود الموجودة، وطبعا بالتقلبات الجيوسياسية الموجودة بالمنطقة تؤثر طبعا على داخل كل دولة إن كانت مستقرة كما الأردن أو بالوضع الحالي بالنسبة لسوريا. وهنا أوجه سؤالي للدكتورة سلام عن وضع المرأة، كيف كان وإلى أي حد تأثر؟ لأنه في بعض الأحيان ربما المصاعب تعطي الفرص أكثر من ما تؤثر سلباً. كورونا سمعنا في جلسة من الجلسات عن دولة الإمارات كيف أنها غيرت من القوانين فيما يتعلق بالأم التي لديها أطفال، وبعد كورونا تستطيع أن تعمل من منزلها. هاي فرصة المرأة استطاعت أن تحصل عليها بسبب قيادة رشيدة. ماذا عن سوريا؟
بداية بحب أقول أنه أول مشاركة لإلي بمنتدى المرأة العربية. للحقيقة سمعنا من الصبح عن نساء قادرات ومبدعات. أفرحني كتير الموضوع، وأنا بفتخر بكل سيدة سمعناها صباحا. لهيك بتوجه بالشكر لمعالي الدكتورة عهود لأن أتاحت الفرصة اليوم لنستمع لبعض. وبدي أشكر أيضا الرجال اليوم اللي عم يسمعونا وعم يقدروا الجهود اللي عم تقوم فيها النساء. بسوريا الوضع مختلف، لأنه سوريا عاشت حرب عمرها 12 سنة، وخلال هالحرب كانت بحاجة للنساء بدرجة كتير كبيرة. وللحقيقة كانت كتير فرصة أنه نحن نبحث عن الإمكانات والكفاءات، بمعنى نفجر الطاقات النسوية في سوريا، لأنه اليوم هي كانت بحاجتها خلال الأزمة أكثر من حاجتها أثناء الراحة. الوضع ما اختلف كتير، على الرغم أنه مر ببداية الحرب بحالة من الانحدار، ولكن المرأة في سوريا منذ عام 1949 منحت المرأة حق التصويت والانتخاب، وبالتالي كانت من أوائل الدول على مستوى العالم حتى قبل الدول الأوروبية. لعبت دور كبير، ولكن كحالها كحال باقي الدول قبل الحرب تعاني المرأة من تحديات أساسية، لا سيما الصورة النمطية عن عمل المرأة، الصورة النمطية لكونها يجب أن تكون زوجة وأم لأولاد، ويجب أن تفرغ وقتها. وعاشت المرأة في البيئة العربية العديد من هذه التحديات بين قدرتها على توفير الوقت لبيتها وبين قدرتها على العمل. وهذه هي الحالة تسمى بفلسفة القيادة الأسقف الغير مرئية. تريد المرأة التقدم وظيفيا، لكن تلك العادات والثقافة وحتى في بعض الحالات وببعض الدول الآراء الفقهية تمنع المرأة من الخروج والعمل والتعبير عن قدرتها وإرادتها. خلال الحرب في سوريا، بالعودة إلى سؤالك، كانت فرصة للمرأة في سوريا، فكانت أول مرة تستلم رئيسة مجلس شعب، رئيسة برلمان في سوريا، وترفعت كما تفضلت وزيرة الدفاع في كولومبيا إلى مرتبة لواء، واستلمت العديد من المناصب ذات الموقع الاقتصادي الحساس. هذا بالإضافة خلال الحرب أطلق السيد رئيس الجمهورية الدكتور بشار الأسد مشروع الإصلاح الإداري الذي أعمل عليه بصفتي وزيرة للتنمية الإدارية.
تجربتك رح تفيدنا، لأنه بحب أعرف هل الوصول إلى هذه المراكز وحتى من خلال تجربتك بهذه الطريقة استطعتم كسر الأسقف الغير مرئية عشان نتعرف أكثر عن كتب. ولكن اسمحي لي أن أنتقل للدكتورة هالة، لأنه مصر بحسب المؤشرات هناك قفزة جميلة جدا بالمراكز على مستوى العالم في تمكين المرأة سياسيا. 55 مركز. طبعا ب 2014 كان هناك في ضربة سأقول للمرأة وعلى كافة المستويات ومعروفة على المستوى السياسي، ولكن لا أريد أن أدخل بهذا الإطار، أريد أن أدخل بالنجاح بهذه القفزة الموجودة عم نحكي عن مرتبة وصلت إلى 79 بعد أن كانت قد وصلت إلى 134 بعام 2014. ماذا فعلتم؟ تفضلي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ببدأ طبعا بأن أنا أوجه التحية لدولة الإمارات، بشكرهم على الدعوة الكريمة، بشكر معي الوزيرة الأخت الغالية الدكتورة عهود الرومي على تنظيم هذا المنتدى. والحقيقة تنظيم الجلسة لهذا اليوم الخاص بالمنتدى العربي للمرأة فرصة مهمة جدا، وبيبين اهتمام الدول العربية بقضية تمكين المرأة. في مصر يمكن حصل زي ما حضرتك اتفضلتي قفزة في مجموعة من المؤشرات الخاصة بالنوع الاجتماعي، ولكن أنا عايزة بس أكد دايما بيتم ذكر قضية المساواة كمفهوم اجتماعي. احنا مش بنتكلم على قضية المساواة كمفهوم اجتماعي، احنا بنتكلم على قضية المساواة كضرورة اقتصادية. ضرورة لأن أنا أستفيد النهاردة من القوى الاقتصادية. المرأة هي قوة عاملة هامة جدا، وبالتالي أنا محتاجة النهاردة أن أنا أستفيد من كل الإمكانيات والطاقات الخاصة بنصف المجتمع في أي دولة. إحنا في مصر حصل إيه؟ حصل دعم سياسي كبير جدا في ال7 سنوات الماضية، دعم سياسي غير مسبوق للمرأة في كافة المناصب وفي كافة المجالات. نتكلم على، دايما بقول الأرقام مش هي المهمة، المهم الملفات اللي تتولاها المرأة. احنا بنتكلم النهاردة على مرأة بتتولى ملف التنمية الاقتصادية في دولة بحجم مصر، بتكلم النهاردة على ملفات خاصة بالثقافة، تغيير الثقافة الذهنية والمايند سيت، بتكلم على ملفات خاصة بالصحة بالبيئة. كل الملفات المهمة النهاردة المرأة المصرية تتولاها في قلب الحكومة المصرية. نتكلم على وظائف كانت مقفولة وحكرا على الرجال. احنا النهاردة لأول مرة المرأة تتولى منصة القضاء، قاضيات. لأول مرة المرأة تدخل مجلس الدولة بتعيين 75 قاضية. عندنا 27% من السيدات في البرلمان، كانوا 2% من 5 أو من 6 سنوات. ففي دعم سياسي، ولكن هذا الدعم السياسي دايما أقول بيرتبط بقدرات. احنا لو مش كفء، الموضوع مش تحيز للجنس، هو ثقة في قدرة المرأة على أنها تتولى هذه الملفات
وتدريب أعتقد.
وطبعا عشان كده الاستثمار في العنصر البشري، الاستثمار في المرأة شيء مهم جدا. برضو الإطار المؤسسي اللي بنشتغل عليه، أنا عندي دعم سياسي، لو الدعم السياسي ده ما كانش فيه إطار مؤسسي بيدعمه، يعني ما كانش فيه تشريعات وقوانين ولوائح، ما كانش فيه مجلس قومي للمرأة موجود على المستوى القومي، موجود على مستوى المحافظات عشان يشتغل ويساعد المرأة أنها تصل إلى هذه المناصب. وحضرتك لازم تشتغلي على 2 dimensions زي ما أنا أقول. أنا محتاجة المرأة في مركز اتخاذ القرار، ده مهم، ومحتاجة أساعد المرأة البسيطة اللي هي النهاردة عايزة تشتغل وتعمل مشروع وتتدرب. المحورين مهمين جدا عشان أشتغل من فوق لتحت ومن تحت لفوق.
وهذا ما يحدث، ولكن عندي نقطة فيما يتعلق بالتدريب، لأنه كنت أقرأ أنه أنت كنت على رأس معهد تدريبي، والآن هناك حوالي 2000 امرأة يتم تمكينهم على المستوى القيادي في مصر. العدد بالنسبة لمصر جدا مهم، لا يمكن أن نضعه جانبا في ظل يعني عدد السكان الموجود. بس على كل التجربة جدا مهمة. دعونا ندخل إلى تفاصيل هذه التجربة. دكتورة ميثا، خبرينا بعض القصص. وعندما نتحدث عن تمكين المرأة، لا شك أنه في البدايات لم يكن هناك ربما وعي، أو لا أعلم، ربما يكون هناك نوع من تبادل الخبرات مع دول أخرى. كيف كانت تجربتك؟
التجربة حقيقة أستقيها من مسيرة الشيخة فاطمة. في عام 1975 الشيخة فاطمة أرسلت وفد نسائي للمشاركة في مؤتمر المرأة العالمي في المكسيك. هذا الوقت لم يكن هناك نساء على مستوى المشاركة العالمية، ولكن هذا لم يخليها أنها هي تتحفظ على المشاركة، بل بادرت عملية إقحام الإنسان في صميم المعركة أو في تحدي قدراته، يجعله يبذل الكثير ويجعل غيره يحتذي به. فمن عام 75 تصوري نساء الإمارات حضور هذا المؤتمر شجعهم أنهم يكونون على مستوى القدرة وعلى مستوى التعليم وعلى مستوى التبادل والخبرات العالمية. حتى يعني مؤتمر 1995 في بيجين، أنا حضرت هذا المؤتمر بتوجيه من الشيخة فاطمة، كنا 45 سيدة من الإمارات حضرنا هذا المؤتمر. من هذا المؤتمر دخلنا على بيجين +5، ودخلنا على توقيع اتفاقيات دولية الخبرات ويعني دفعنا إلى أن نكون دائما على مستوى التحدي، على مستوى القدرة. الثقة اللي أولتنا إياها الشيخة فاطمة، أولتنا إياها القيادة رشيدة، خلتنا نتحدى أنفسنا، نكون نحن حقيقة قادرين وما في شيء مستحيل، وإن لازم نكون على مستوى المسؤولية. التعليم يجب أن يكون على أعلى مستوى. أنا أتذكر لما أخذت البكالوريوس ورحت لسمو الشيخة فاطمة، أنا أبغى أشتغل في مكتبك، قالت لي لا. قلت لها ليش طال عمرك؟ قالت لي لا، روحي كملي دكتوراه حتنفعيني أكثر. فحتى دافعنا نحن إلى أن نحصل على مستويات عالية في التعليم، وتشجيعنا نحن على البنات اللي بعدنا نحن على أنهم يكونون على مستوى القدرة.
قد ايه كان الأهل لهم دور أيضا؟
طبعا الأهل لهم دور، بس الشيخ زايد والشيخة فاطمة رسموا ثقافة المجتمع بالنسبة للمرأة، يعني غرسوا في المجتمع كله ثقافة احترام المرأة، الثقة في المرأة، وإن ما في فرق بين المرأة والرجل. أنا أتذكر لما بدأ التعليم في منطقة نائية كان في دلمة، فكانوا القبائل ما يرفضون أنهم يخلون بناتهم تدرس. الشيخة فاطمة اقترحت وجود جمعية نسائية. الجمعية ما كان قصد منها يعني التقاء نسوي، كان القصد منها أن 3 أجيال تنمحي أميتها. فراحت الجدة والأم والبنت الصغيرة كانوا يحضرون الفصول مع بعض حتى ما تكون الأم غايبة عن الطفلة أو غايبة عن أطفالها. فهذه الفيجن اللي كان عند الشيخة فاطمة والشيخ زايد حقيقة كان يسبق أوانه ويسبق زمنه، ففتحوا مجالات كبيرة بالنسبة للمرأة وللأسرة،
وتمثلت الآن في واقع المرأة.
نعم، الرجل من 40 سنة يحترم وجود المرأة كإنسانة متعلمة وعاملة، فهذا الاحترام يعني تدرج ونمى وكبر بحيث أنه أصبح يدعم زوجته، يدعم بنته، يدعم أخته. هذا الدعم اللي تحتاجه المرأة، لأن المرأة ما تحتاج بس تكون حاصلة على وظيفة عليا. صحيح. المرأة تحتاج إلى دعم أسري ودعم مجتمعي، وهذا ما تحقق في دولة الإمارات.
معالي سعاد، تجربتك بهذا الإطار؟
أنا أقول بأن السودان يعني بيبذل جهود كبيرة جدا للمرأة. نحن في حكومة السودان موقع على كل الاتفاقيات الاتفاقيات الدولية بتاعت منظمة العمل الدولية ومنظمة العمل العربية، كل الاتفاقيات التي تزيل التمييز في الاستخدام، التمييز في الأجر، وبعد ذاك قوانيننا وتشريعاتنا الوطنية فيها حمايات للمرأة عندنا عشان نحميها ونرقبها في العمل. مثلا العمل الليلي إلا بإذن ولمهن محددة، ساعات العمل بالنسبة للمرأة الحامل، المرأة الحامل لا تفصل مهما حصل. نحن بنعمل شراكات مع القطاع الخاص على أساس إنه المرأة تجد وجودها. وحاليا إنه نحن
عن معاليكم ووصولكم إلى هذا المركز وعملية التمكين والتهيئة.
والله أنا بقول إنه الحمد لله المرأة السودانية في كل الحكومات إن نحن كان عندنا وجود كبير جدا، وكما ذكرتي وتفضلتي نحن من زمن الكنداكات من قبل الميلاد، وبعد ذاك جينا الفترة بتاعت الاستعمار، فكنا النساء يعملنا أيضا وساعدنا في إنه السودان ينال استقلاله
بالجينات، يعني بمعنى
بالجينات. وعندنا
أيوة.
أول امرأة دخلت البرلمان في الأستاذة ربنا يرحمها فاطمة محمد إبراهيم، أول امرأة دخلت البرلمان بالانتخاب الحر المباشر، واستمروا لحسن المرأة بتعمل. وأنا اللي بقول إنه نحن عشان نحبب المرأة وما نخليها يعني تهرب من سوق العمل، بنشجع على العمل الحر. العمل الحر اللي هو دخلنا له انه التدريب المهني والتلمذه الصناعيه دي، عشان انه نخليهم يعملوا لنا مشروعات صغيره. وفعلا عندنا الحمد لله نساء الاعمال، كانت المفردة الاساسا موجوده رجال الاعمال. صحيح. هسه عندنا نساء الأعمال.
صحيح. وأكثر من طريقة ربما يمكن أن نتبعها لتأهيل المرأة. في جلسة من الجلسات إحدى الضيوف قالت بأنه الأحزاب السياسية والانتماء كان لدي شعور بأن أصبح في قطاع السياسي أو عالم السياسي، وكان في أحزاب تساعد على ذلك. طبعا احنا بنعرف بعالمنا العربي هاي شوي صعب. بالأردن كيف يمكن للمرأة ومن خلال تجربتك أن تصل إلى ما تريده في عالم السياسة؟
شكرا. أولا بدي أطلب من الإعلام طولة بال. السياسي لا يعيش بعزلة عن الثقافي، والثقافي عن الاجتماعي، ولا الاجتماعي عن التنمية الشمولية. الأردن اليوم من تجربتي الخاصة يمكن للمرأة في الأردن. تفضلت الدكتورة وتحدثت عن أهمية النماذج الإنسانية. بدون أدنى شك نحن نحتاج لنماذج إنسانية ونساء ورجال داعمين، وأنا شاكرة لهذا الموضوع. أيضا المرأة نتحدث عنها اليوم مش من أجل المرأة فقط، من أجل الإنسانية جمعاء، من أجل مجتمعاتنا، التنمية الاقتصادية، التنمية الفكرية. اليوم الأردن يمر في مرحلة تطوير كامل على مستوى السياسات والتشريعات، وعلى مستوى مشاركة المرأة في الحياة السياسية، مشاركة المرأة في الحياة الاقتصادية، وهناك استراتيجية وطنية للمرأة كما هناك استراتيجية وطنية للمشاركة الحزبية والمشاركة السياسية للمرأة. وكل هذه الاستراتيجيات تعمل بشمولية وتعاضد وتكامل وضمن قيم مبنية على التعدد والتنوع، على المفاهيم القيم الأفقية بمعنى مؤسسية استدامة.
أعرف من تجربتك أنت،
أنا تجربتي سيدتي
إلى ما وصلتي إليها.
أنا ابنة العسكر. أنا والدي كان جندي في الجيش العربي، فأنا من حبي لريحة تراب الأردن وحبي لتراب المشروع العربي بكل ما يتجلى هذا المشروع العربي، حبي للإمارات وإيماني يعني إيماني بالعالم العربي، عشقي لبلاد الشام. المشروع مصر، وفي ضميرنا كانت مصر دائما، والسودان ونساء السودان ونساء العالم العربي ونساء العالم.
يعني نسيتي فلسطين. كوني فلسطينية مش هقدر أمرق لك إياها، بس أكيد وإحنا بنحبك كثير.
وأنا بدي أقول نساء فلسطين بالمعنى الإنساني والشمولي للكلمة. المرأة تستطيع بتعاضدها بإنسانيتها المشتركة أن تدعم مفاهيم الكرامة، العدالة. صحيح. وهذا لا ينعزل، لا يمكن أن نعيش بمفاهيم عدالة وكرامة ومساواة بعزلة عن المرأة الفلسطينية بالتأكيد.
شكرا. بدقيقتين معالي دكتور سلام نتحدث عن تجربتك لو سمحتي.
هلا بدي أحكي عن تجربتي على مستويين. المستوى الشخصي، أنا بنت بيئة محافظة في سوريا لا تتطلع إلى المرأة لكي تكون امرأة قيادية أو سياسية أو تدخل المجال العام، كان الطريق أمامي صعب، وقد مارست التفاوض طيلة حياتي مع العائلة، مع المجتمع، لكي أصل إلى ما وصلت عليه. ولا شك وجودي كوزيرة في الحكومة السورية كان كما تفضلت السادة الوزيرات المشاركات، كان أيضا بدعم سياسي. أما على المستوى السياسي والمستوى الهام، حينما انطلق المشروع الإصلاح الإداري في سوريا، كان العمل على أن يتم تطوير أنظمة العمل في العمل العام في الحكومة دعما لدور المرأة في المجتمع، وهذه إشكالية يجب الانتباه إليها. لا يمكن للمرأة أن تتفرد بتجربة خاصة وبإمكاناتها الخاصة، أو لنقول بصراعها الخاص لكي تتبوأ المناصب حينما تتلقى الدعم السياسي. فهناك الكثير من القادرات لم يحالفهن الحظ للوصول إلى المناصب السياسية. يتوجب علينا الآن كنساء قياديات من موقعنا أن نعمل كل في موقعه على تطوير الأنظمة الاجتماعية والثقافية والتأثير بالمجتمع. فنعمل الآن من خلال الإصلاح الإداري على زيادة عدد المراكز القيادية للمرأة في سوريا، ليس من خلال الدعم، وإنما من خلال وضع معايير حيادية لا تميز بين المرأة والرجل، وتدفع المرأة للترشح بشكل ذاتي وليس بالتعيين والاختيار المسبق.
وهي نقطة أساسية. بدي أسأل دكتورة هلا بدقيقتين كمان لأنه انتهى الوقت. هل خططتي لأن تصلي إلى هذا المركز؟
الحقيقة لا، ما خططتش أوصل لمركز معين، ولكن كان دايما عندي هدف ويعني تصور، واللي اتعلمته وأنا صغيرة إنه في أي منصب أو في أي مكان لازم أتميز في المكان ده، لازم أعمل فرق ولازم أعمل قيمة مضافة. الناس اللي حواليا يشعروا بأن أنا فعلا عملت فرق إيجابي في حياتهم. ده كان دايما اللي أنا اتعلمته من وأنا صغيرة. والحاجة التانية إنه الناس تنظر إليا وتقول أنا عايزة أبقى زي الست دي. فده كان دايما بالنسبة لي هدف دايما من وانا صغيره يعني اتربيت عليه، كان والدي الله يرحمه رباني عليه انه تميزي، اكسل، دايما تبذلي اقصى مجهودك عشان تعملي احسن حاجه في اي مكان صغير كبير. لازم الناس تشعر بان في قيمه مضافه.
ما شاء الله انجازاتك تتحدث عنك وعن وصيه الاهل والعائله. شكرا جزيلا على هذه الجلسه ونشكر الحضور، ولكن انتهى الوقت. شكرا لكم.
مختلفة كليا عن رؤية قادتنا في دول معينة أخرى. بالتالي بالتوجه إلى الشباب والهاي، إحنا اليوم أنا أعطيك هسه راح أحكي موضوع خطير جدا. الشباب العراقي يعاني من 3 تحديات ومشاكل حقيقية. الأولى الثقة بالنفس، الثقة بالدولة، والثقة بمستقبل البلد، لأن ما حد ما يعرف وين راح يروح، إلى المجهول. وبالتالي اليوم حتى العلاقة ما بين الشباب والدولة هي علاقة ضعيفة جدا. يمكن تتفاجئون إذا أقول لكم من أنا أقعد ويا الشباب ويستمعوني ويشوفوني يتفاجئون كأنما هل حقيقة هذا يعني أنا ممثل من الحكومة؟ يمكن لأن أنا قريب من الشعب، قريب من هاي الشباب يتقبلوني. لكن
أحسن مدافع كرة في الوطن العربي فلازم يحبوك يعني.
ولذلك
أحسن مدافع في الوطن العربي يعني.
ولذلك حقيقة أشكرك دكتور.
ستوبر يعني.
ولذلك الحقيقة أنه دولنا مختلفة التوجهات ومختلفة الرؤى وتعاني من مشاكل وتحديات كبيرة. اكو قسم من الدول ما جت شاركت مو على مود تريد تشارك، بس يعني ما عندها موازنة الفلوس، ما عندها فلوس حتى تيجي تصرف، بينما اكو دول تمتلك كل الامكانيات
جميل.
ولكن ايضا ما ساعدتنا وحضرت. اليوم سألني سؤال، انا راح ابتعد شوي عنه، راح اتكلم بالرياضة. قبل ايام كانت المباراة في العراق، ارجو هذا ما يسجل هذا الكلام، لأن هذا الكلام ما اريد يطلع برا. كانت مباراة لا ما اريد يسجل. لا حتى يعني ما اريد
قاعد يسجل. معناته دخلت في السياسة.
لا احكي، انا ما اتكلم سياسة، اتكلم على مستوى
الكلام ده سر كل الاصوات. تفضل.
كانت مباراة الإمارات والعراق في بغداد. تفاجأت واني في الأهوار في هذه الرحلة وأنا مستمتع أنه يجيني تليفون أنه رسالة من الاتحاد الدولي بنقل المباراة خارج العراق بدواعي أمنية. فتكلمت ويا الأخوة بالإمارات، وتكلمت مع الشيخ راشد، وتكلمت وياه بالليل، كنت أتكلم وياه بشكل مختلف. حتى لو أكو قرار من الاتحاد الدولي فأتمنى أن يكون هناك قرار من الاتحاد الإماراتي لكرة القدم من أشقائنا الطلب من الفيفا أنه لا إحنا مستعدين نلعب في بغداد.
أنا أراه قريب.
لا هو إن شاء الله يتحقق قريب. أوكي؟ ما صارت هاي. إحنا اليوم ما نريد ننقل، وبالتالي قد ما طلبنا المباراة مالتنا في السعودية تكلمت مع كنت أريد أنطي رسالتين مهمة. الرسالة الأولى أنه المعايير المزدوجة اللي يعمل بها الاتحاد الدولي. الرسالة الثانية هي لكل أشقائنا العرب، أنه إحنا اختارينا دولة الآن تضرب من الحوثيين بالصواريخ وبالطيارات المسيرة. وبالتالي أنه إحنا رحنا لهناك بدنا نعطي موقف أنه إحنا واقفين وياكم حتى في هذا الظرف اللي أنتم به، من أجل أنه لا ننجح هذه العمليات الإرهابية أو المخربين بتعطيل الحياة في دولنا.
وتحدث
ولذلك أنا أتمنى هاي اللقاءات تستمر، وأتمنى أنه العمل العربي المشترك
ورسالة للشباب أيضا،
وأتمنى أنه يكون هناك تواصل حقيقي
صحيح
ما بين كل شباب العرب عبر منصة إلكترونية موحدة تعمل لهذا الغرض. جميل. ويتعزز العمل العربي المشترك فيما يخص هذا القطاع، لأن هذا القطاع في غاية الأهمية، وشبابنا في ظل التحولات العالمية أعتقد هم يواجهون خطر حقيقي، علينا الانتباه من عندهم. اثنين، يجب أنه على الحكومات أن تعطي الثقة لهؤلاء الشباب، لأن ما يمتلكوا شباب من إمكانيات وقدرات تفوق ما يمتلكوا الكثير من قادتهم. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا لك معالي الوزير عدنان درجال. نقاط مهمة أثارها أن توحدنا، يعني كنا نتحدث دائما الرياضة بعيدة عن السياسة، نود أن يكون أيضا الشباب بعيدين عن هذه الصراعات، أن يبدأوا صفحة بيضاء عنوانها الأمل. وأترك كلمة أيضا للزميل.
مساء الخير.
شكرا.
مساء الخير، أنا اسمي مصطفى مجدي، معاون وزير الشباب والرياضة في مصر للسياسات والتنمية الشبابية. الحقيقة بشكر حضراتكم على هذه الفرصة العظيمة وهذا اللقاء العظيم. زي ما حضراتكم شفتوا الفيديو الخاص بإعداد الاستراتيجية الوطنية المصرية للشباب والنشء، وهي تعد ترجمة حرفية للدراسة المعيارية اللي قام بها مركز الشباب العربي لأفضل الممارسات والتجارب الخاصة بالسياسات الوطنية للشباب في البلدان العربية. الحقيقة كان من أهم توصيات هذه الدراسة اللي تم إرسالها لينا من فترة، وعدنا بتوجيهات معالي الوزير بتحليلها ودراستها واستخراج أهم العناصر اللي فيها، واللي كانت بتأكد على أهمية مشاركة الشباب بكل فئاته والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني وكافة الوزارات ذات الصلة بالقطاع الشباب، وهو بالضبط ما تم تنفيذه في جمهورية مصر العربية أثناء إعداد الاستراتيجية الوطنية للشباب. أيضا هي تتكامل مع كافة السياسات والاستراتيجيات القطاعية في جمهورية مصر العربية والمستجدات الإقليمية والدولية، وهو أيضا ما يتفق مع توصيات هذه الدراسة التي قام بها مركز الشباب العربي. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا لك. الآن فيما تبقى من الوقت سنعطي صوت الشباب بشكل أكبر ولكنه أسرع. شكرا لمعالي الوزراء الحقيقة على تجربتهم المهمة، على إطلاعنا عن هذه التحديات. دعونا نستمع إلى صوتكم. تحمستوا في آخر نص ساعة تمنيتها في البداية. أترك الكلمة للأخت الكريمة، تفضلي في دقيقة. ها
بإذن الله.
يلا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أماني الخيمي من مؤسسة مسك المملكة العربية السعودية. سؤالي لأصحاب المعالي وأصحاب السعادة، شكرا لكم على إتاحة الفرصة. نتحدث عن تمثيل الشباب في على نطاق الأنظمة الدولية. نجد أن الشباب السعودي والشباب العربي بالرغم من تواجدهم ما زال توجد فجوة في عملية صناعة القرار وعملية المشاركة في صناعة السياسات التي تتعلق بالمنطقة، خصيصا فيما ذكر سابقا يعني في أجندة الأمن والشباب والسلام. ما زال يعني أغلب المنظمات اللي تحدثت اليوم تحدثت عن وجود برنامج شبابي للتمثيل الدولي لشباب المنطقة سواء بالسعودية أو الإمارات والأردن وغيرها، ولكن نحتاج إلى الدعم والتسريع والتمكين في هذه المنظمات، لأنه كما نجد كل ما زادت نسبة الشباب في المنظمات كل ما زادت الأفقية، وكل ما زادت أو عفوا قلت البيروقراطية واللي جميع الحكومات يعني تعرفها. فنطلب منكم جميعا زيادة أعداد الشباب في مؤسساتكم ودعمهم في المؤسسات
ولكي
الدولية.
نكسر البيروقراطية ننتقل بسؤالك إلى معالي بدر القاضي نائب وزير الشباب الرياضي. أسرع من هالطريقة ما في، صح؟
السلام عليكم جميعا. بداية نيابة عن صاحب السمو الملك الأمير عبد العزيز بن تركي الفيصل وزير الرياضة، يسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون معكم اليوم وأمثل المملكة العربية السعودية في الجلسة الوزارية هذه. أبدأ بجواب على سؤالك مباشرة ومن ثم نتطرق إلى بعض النقاط اللي بذكرها. لو تذكري قبل العام 2016 كان تمثيل الشباب أقل بكثير مما هو عليه اليوم. ما وصلنا للطموح لسه، لكن حنا في الطريق إن شاء الله ونصل بإذن الله. اليوم لو تنظري لجلسة مجلس الوزراء كمية الوزراء الشباب الموجودين، ونتطلع إن شاء الله يكون في شابات كذلك في المستقبل. أحب أثني كذلك على ما ذكرته معالي الوزيرة فيما يخص اللغة العربية وأهمية اللغة العربية. في العام الماضي في المملكة كان عام الخط العربي، وكنا حريصين جدا على أنه حتى قمصان اللاعبين تكون مكتوبة بالخط العربي. أمس في فعالية الفورمولا 1 في جدة كان كل أسماء الفرق المشاركة مكتوبة بالخط العربي، والكاليغرافي زي ما يسموه بالإنجليزي يعني لفتهم كثير، وصار من الأشياء الجميلة في طرح الفورمولا 1 في السعودية. أختم باليوم في المملكة أطلقت رؤية المملكة 2030 في أواخر العام 2016. الرؤية هذه مصحوبة ببرامج تحقيق الرؤية. من ضمن البرامج هذه برنامج جودة الحياة،
جميل،
واللي يهدف إلى تحسين جودة الحياة بالمملكة للمواطن والمقيم. في برامج كذلك تنمية الموارد البشرية، وفي برامج الإسكان وغيرها. كل هذه البرامج تساعد على خلق الجو المناسب للشباب للقيام ب يعني تحسين مستوى المعيشي والإبداع أكثر للقيام بما يعني يطمحوا له بإذن الله تعالى.
جميل، شكرا.
حياك الله.
شكرا لك على المداخلة القيمة والسريعة أيضا، وهنا أرحب بالمداخلات السريعة. على طاري المحتوى سأضطر يعني أيضا بالحديث عن ضعف المحتوى العربي على الإنترنت. ننقل السؤال إلى رامي القواسمي إذا كان موجود. رامي القواسمي مؤسس موقع موضوع اللي يهدف لإثراء المحتوى، وأيضا عنده مبادرة أخرى يعني أن خلق فرص للشباب من خلال شركة مكاني المتاجر الإلكترونية فيها أكثر من 1200 موظف. خبرنا بشكل سريع في دقيقة ونصف إذا سمحت رامي، يعني عن هذه الفكرة، خلق فرصة في ظل كل هذه التحديات، خاصة في مجال التكنولوجيا يعني الجانب الإلكتروني مهم وهو المستقبل.
أكيد، شكرا جزيلا. أول شيء أعرفكم بنفسي، أنا اسمي رامي القواسمي، مؤسس ومدير عام شركتين، واحدة اسمها موضوع والثانية اسمها مكاني. أنا يمكن بختلف مع بعض الإخوة وبتفق مع بعضهم بموضوع.
خلي الموضوع مكاني وخلاص بقى يعني.
أكيد
مع بعض التحمل.
أكيد، لا بس فصلناهم للفند ريزنج.
احنا في مؤتمر شبابي فلينا الحق كوزراء نقول اللي احنا عايزينه، صفة خاصة إن دي معالي الوزيرة سمحت لنا، قالت ده بقى الملتقى الوزاري وهنسمع الوزراء أكتر لأن احنا سمعنا الشباب، فمعلش على المداخلة يعني.
أكيد تؤمر. فالفكرة يعني بتفق مع البعض وبختلف مع البعض. يمكن برأيي اليوم الحكومات عم تدعم الشباب، والشباب عم بيحاولوا يعملوا اللي بيقدروا عليه. اليوم يمكن الفكرة الرئيسية إن نحاول نفتش على الشباب القادة 2% اللي ممكن يقدروا يغيروا، ممكن يقدروا فعلا يغيروا من حياة الشباب، يساعدوهم، يساعدوا دولهم. يمكن نحن كانت قصة موضوع بلشت بإني التقيت أنا وشريكي الدكتور محمد جبر، هو معنا هون. لا أنا عندي خبرة محتوى بوقتها ولا هو طبيب وأنا دارس اقتصاد، بس قررنا نثري المحتوى العربي. الحمد لله اليوم عندنا 4 من أكبر 10 مواقع في الوطن العربي، انكلودينج الأول والثاني، أكبر موقع طبي، أكبر موقع جنرال، موقع ويب طب، موقع موضوع، حاليا بزورنا 100 مليون شخص بالشهر. بيشتغل معنا في الشركة 500 شخص. احنا موجودين في عدة دول من ضمنها الإمارات، السعودية، عمان، مصر، الأردن والعراق. بالإضافة لشركة مكاني، شركة مكاني حاليا احنا الفكرة منها انه بتقدر تبني الاونلاين ستور تاعك، فاحنا بنساعد الناس وبنساعد الصبايا والشباب انهم يطلعوا في البرودكتس تاعونهم بدل ما يجيب مبرمجين ويبني الويب سايت وغيره وغيراته. احنا بنعمل ذا Arabic version of Shopify، خلينا نحكي انه كل شاب بيقدر يبني الويب سايت تاعه ويبيع الكترونيا.
طيب
حاليا عندنا 14,000 ستور.
يعني رامي نلخص يعني فكرة تود تقديمها للشباب أن تخلق فرصتك، ما هي
أنا بدي أرجع على أول سؤال أنت سألته، قلت إيش المشكلة؟ أنا برأيي المشكلة نحن أيام كثير بنخاف بنقول بدنا نبلش، طب لا بس ما هو يمكن أفشل، طب ما هو يمكن أنجح برضو يعني. فأنا برأيي أول تحدي هي مش الحكومات ولا الهادات، إحنا كشباب إن نآمن بأن ممكن نعمل مشكلة ونحلها ونطلع فيها ونقدر نبني من خلالها بزنس. فهذا أنا رأيي الشخصي، والحمد لله اليوم قدرنا أن نوظف أكثر من 1200 شخص عندنا في كل الدول العربية اللي حكينا فيها، وبنفتخر إن بلشنا يمكن من الأردن بس اليوم موجودين في كل دولنا وفي كل يعني الدول العربية الحمد لله.
كل التوفيق رامي، وكل التوفيق لأي مبادرة شبابية نتمنى لها. بشكل سريع أيضا دقيقة إذا سمحت، تفضل. الأخوات حابينكم تشاركون، بس بنية ترفع ايدها أنا الشباب أنساهم. تفضلوا. أيوة أوكي تمام تفضل.
السلام عليكم، الدكتور أحمد الباز، عضو مجلس الشباب الباحثين العرب.
أوكي.
حقيقة أنا هتطرق لنقطة أو نقطتين مهمين جدا. عادة بنتكلم عن التحديات، أنا عاوز أطرح حلول أو الحل عاوز أطرحه في مشكلة كبيرة جدا بتواجه تمويل المبادرات الشبابية. احنا عندنا بنوك من الافكار وليس بنك افكار، عندنا خزانات من الافكار ولكنها تصطدم بعمليه التمويل. وانا حابب اقترح الحل هو انه يتم انشاء ما يسمى بوقف الشباب العربي في عده دول عربيه. ربما يكون هناك مؤسسه عربيه يتم وقفها للشباب.
نعم.
على طلبات، لو بنستخدم طلبات اليونايتد نيشن بتعمل كده، في بعض المطاعم بتطلع الفند بتاعها لليونايتد نيشن بتروح لبعض الدول اللي بتحتاج تمويل، وبالتالي عملية الفند للمبادرات هتكون أسرع وأيسر ولا تصطدم بالعديد من العوائق السياسية والأمنية وما إلى ذلك. ففكرة الوقف الخيري بعتقد أنها قد تكون فكرة مناسبة. النقطة الثانية، يجب البناء على ما هو قائم، يعني التقليد مش حاجة وحشة. احنا عندنا مبادرتين مهمين جدا جدا. كمصري عندنا الأكاديمية الوطنية للتدريب، دي يمكن البناء عليها. كمصري عايش في الإمارات عندنا مركز شباب الباحثين، مركز الشباب العربي، يمكن البناء عليه وإعادة استلهام التجربة والتقاط طرف خيط منها. يعني ليه نقعد نفكر ونضيع وقت طالما في نموذج
ناجحة؟ صحيح
بالضبط. أنا كمصري شفت أقراني تخرجوا من الأكاديمية الوطنية للتدريب، أصبحوا يمكن وصفهم بنخبة، حققوا نجاحات كويسة جدا. في مركز الشباب العربي عملنا شغل كويس جدا جدا، وأعتقد أنه ممكن تطبيقه في المنطقة العربية.
شكرا، قلت لي دقيقة بس قصيت علي. طيب تفضل يا أختي. أيوه
شكرا.
دقيقة بعد.
عظيم.
أنا طيب وايد صح، معليش يعني.
اسمي مايا الكاتب الشامي، أنا من سوريا بس بعيش بالمنفى قسريا بعيدا عن منزلي مثل نص الشعب السوري. عم آسفة على البداية.
أتمنى دائما السلام والأمل دائما لكم، يحمكم يا رب.
عندي نقطتين. النقطة الأولى تتعلق بالاقتصاد، وبالتحديد توسعة السوق الاقتصادي المعرفي والثقافي بالعالم العربي، واللي نحن بشكل عام مستهلكين فيه بدل ما نكون منتجين للثقافة داخلياً. وهذا الشيء بيرتبط بالتعليقات عن اللغة العربية اللي مرقت من قبل، بس بيحتاج لاستثمار حكومي بالتعليم باللغة العربية ولغات الأقليات، وكمان دعم المنتجين الثقافيين ورائدي الأعمال بمجال الثقافة بمجالات مثل النشر والمسرح والسينما والفنون وغيرها. وأنا شايفة إنه هذا السوق لمشاركة الشباب هو الاستثمار فيه مو كبير.
طيب.
ونقطتي الثانية على السريع هي بتتطلب التزام سياسي، وبتتضمن تغيير صورة الدولة بالنسبة للشباب من دولة مالكة للموارد بقدم فيها أصحاب النفوذ الهبات للشعب من مدارس وسدود وغير ذلك، إلى دولة موظفة من قبل الشعب اللي الشعب هو اللي بيملك الموارد وبيدفع الضرائب، وبالتالي الدولة مسؤولة تجاهه وقابلة للمحاسبة. ومن خلال هاي المسؤولية ممكن زيادة شعور الشباب بأنه البلد بلدهم، وبالتالي زيادة رؤيتهم لمستقبلهم فيه، بدل النظرة إلى الهجرة للخارج كطموحهم. ونحن بنعرف أنه كثير من الشباب العربي بيطلع للهجرة كهدفه.
نعم.
وممكن فتح الباب لأولئك من الشباب العربي الراغبين بالمشاركة بس المترددين تجاهها.
شكرا لك، شكرا لك. طيب أيضا نود صوت نسائي بشكل سريع في دقيقة. أوكي. بعدين نرجع.
شكرا. الدكتور أنس بن الشيخ من المغرب وعضو مجلس الشباب الباحثين العرب. في سياق الحديث عن التمكين الشبابي، في واقع إذا ما حاولنا فهم وقراءة واقع ومستقبل العمل الشبابي فإننا نصطدم بثلاث ميكانيزمات رئيسية: يوث يعني الشباب، والاستدامة أو الاستمرارية، ثم التنمية. بمعنى لتحقيق التنمية يعني المشاريع التنموية بشكل عام فإن المرتكزات الرئيسية هي الشباب، إضافة إلى الاستمرارية المشاريع الشبابية، المشاريع المقترحة. وبالتالي بدون استمرارية من خلال الآليات متعارف عليها من تتبع وما إلى ذلك يصعب أن تتحقق هذه المشاريع، ويصعب تحقيق التنمية يعني بشكل عام. حتى لا أطيل، أشكركم مرة أخرى وأشكر اللجنة المنظمة على عنايتها الفائقة. شكرا.
شكرا. بدينا بفاية تشاركين ونختم. سمعنا صوتك بس ما سمعنا رايك، تفضلي.
مرحبا. بس كنت بدي أحكي نقطة مهمة عن أهمية الفن، أهمية الدور اللي بيلعبه الفن بتمكين الشباب. إنه أول شيء ما فينا ننكر قديش الموسيقى تحديداً من كل أنواع الفنون لها تأثير على الشباب كتعبير، كأداة للتعبير وكمان أداة للتغيير. فلما بيكون لما بنقدر نحن نعمل فن يشبهنا، نقدر نعاصر بأصالة، ومثل ما تفضلت الدكتورة لوبانا أنه نتمكن من لغتنا من ثقافتنا ككل. كتير مهم نعرف الأصالة تبعنا بكل المجالات لحتى نقدر نعمل شيء معاصر بدون ما نقلد. فلما بنعمل فن عن جد بيشبهنا، يقدروا الشباب انه يستسيغوه ويتفاعلوا معه، بنكون عم نبني اول شيء بنساعد لبناء ثقة بالنفس، انه الشباب بحس انه نحن قادرين ننتج
صحيح
بدون ما نقلد ونستورد، خاصة لما بيكون في يعني مثل قلة بالفنون اللي نحن بنصنعها. وهيدا الشيء بينعكس على باقي القطاعات مش بس بالفنون، لما بنحس انه نحن قادرين ننتج شيء منتج يعني اوريجينال خاص فينا، فقادرين نأثر بكل المجالات. شكرا.
شكرا للكفاية. إذن في الختام دعونا نتعهد. أنا في واحد ورا هني رافع ايده من بعد، فأريد مخرج آمن بعد ما نطلع. بس طبعا الشباب دوركم مهم، الوقت انتهى، لكن نتعهد أن أصواتكم راح تكون دائما محط اهتمام. سنتعهد دائما أن ما رسمناه هنا في هذه القاعة الصغيرة سيحقق أحلام أكبر مما تتخيلون. كل فكرة طرحها شخص هي إكمال لفكرتك التي ربما هذا الوقت الضيق لم يسعنا، لكن فضاء الفرص، رحابة الأمل أكبر من أي فرصة. الأهم أن نترك السياسة وأن نفكر في الأمل وننظر بنظرة تفاؤلية للمستقبل، أن نمد أيدينا ونقول نحن نثق في هذا المستقبل لأننا سنصنع هذا. نحن نرى المستقبل ناصع البياض كقلوبنا المشرقة، كأفكارنا المبدعة. أنتم الشباب نراهن عليكم لتصنعوا المستقبل. لكن لكي لا تكون ربما هذه الجلسة فقط لطرح الأفكار، بل تتحول إلى ميثاق شرف، ميثاق الشباب العربي، نقول لأصغر مشاركة معنا هنا في تنظيم هذه الفعالية الجميلة التي جمعتنا بوزراء نعتز بهم، بشخصيات يمثلون مؤسسات، بوجوه شابة، نقول نتعهد ونعلن ميثاق الشباب العربي مع هيا الأسير، وبداية جميلة لمشوار أجمل للشباب العربي. هيا.
أتعهد على نفسي ومن خلال عملي وشخصي بأن أضع مصلحة الشباب الفضلى فوق كل قرار أتخذه، عاملاً على خدمة أحلام شباب أمتي وطموحاتهم، وأن أبذل قصارى جهدي لبناء شخصيتهم وتعزيز قدراتهم وتوسيع معارفهم وتوفير مساحات آمنة وممكنة لهم ومنصات حاضنة لطاقاتهم للتعبير عن أنفسهم وللإبداع والابتكار ولتعزيز مشاركتهم ودورهم في المجتمع، وألا أدخر فرصة للاستثمار في طاقاتهم لخدمة أوطانهم وتحقيق غاياتهم، منطلقين من قيمهم العربية الأصيلة. وأثق بأن الشباب هم الحل وليس المشكلة، الفرصة وليس التحدي، المبتكرون وليسوا المستهلكين، المبادرون وليسوا المتلقين، وهم يقظة الأمل ونهضة الأمة. وعلى هذا أتعهد.
جميعا ستكون هناك صورة في الختام،
فيصل قبل الصورة بس
لبداية أفق أجمل.
اسمح لي قبل ما تختم، أنا أولا بشكرك على المستوى الشخصي فيصل الشاب، أدرت بمنتهى الحرفية ومنتهى الحكمة واديت الفرصة وكان إدارتك لطيفة وسمحت للجميع يتحدث. أنا بشكرك يعني تضامنا مع معالي الوزيرة، الشكر موصول ليها. معالي الوزيرة احنا كمان بنشكرك لأن حتى شكل السيشن غير تقليدي وشكل القعدة غير تقليدية وادت الانطباع الشبابي مع حكمة الكبار. فاحنا في بينفيتس عالية جدا من هذا الملتقى. اسمحي لي أعبر عنك.
شكرا.
يعني بالأصالة عن نفسي وبالإنابة كمان عن معالي السفيرة ووزراء الشباب والرياضة العرب إذا سمحوا لي يعني، والمكتب التنفيذي. لا إذا سمحتوا لي يعني إذا سمحتوا لي. فإحنا بنشكر هذا الملتقى ومجسد في طبعا وزارة الشباب، وزارة الدولة للشباب ومركز الشباب العربي، والدور المهم جدا إن إدى طاقة مدروسة لأن سبقت هذه الجلسة دراسات كتيرة جدا وراحت لنا، وكمان سيشنز كتيرة جدا مع الشباب، ثم هذا الملتقى الحواري اللي جمع فيه منصات وكيانات موجودة في الدول لها تجارب وكيانات رسمية وأيضا الوزراء. وبالتالي أنا هقترح الريكومنديشن أو التوصية اللي موجودة وهنقدمها في المكتب التنفيذي القادم على هذه التوصيات، ونقدمها كمان لمعالي السفيرة في جدول الأعمال القادم، بالإضافة إلى كل هذا العام يعني صندوق الأمل في البحرين والتجارب المختلفة اللي سمعناها في كل دولنا في الحقيقة النهاردة. يعني مش عايز أقول دولة لأن كلنا تقدمنا بحاجات، لكن النهاردة بعتبر بداية المستقبل واعد. كل الشكر والتقدير يعني إحنا كوزراء شباب ورياضة عرب في وجودنا وجامعة الدول العربية المنصة اللي دايما بنتحرك معاها واللي بتجمعنا، فكل الشكر والتقدير يا فيصل. شكرا.
هي إذن بداية لنقول قطرة لسيل كبير من العطاء من الشباب وأفكارهم. نلتقط صورة تذكارية حتى نذكر أنفسنا أن هنا تعهدنا أن يكون المستقبل أفضل. تنقل بعض الكراسي في الخلف لتكون الصورة أجمل بمشاركة الجميع، والصورة يمكنكم مشاركتها أيضا عبر
نحن ندعو كل الشباب العرب لزيارة كل الدول العربية،
وهذا أيضا ضمن التعهد أن نبقى دائما جسور الأمل وجسور التواصل هي الأكبر. شكرا لك معالي الوزير، شكرا للوزراء، شكرا
قلب
لكم
لبنان
شباب.
مفتوح لكل العرب،
طبيعي لبنان في قلوب الجميع وكل العواصم العربية. شكرا لكم. صورة تذكارية لكم معالي الوزراء، صورة أيضا لمجموعة من الشباب من يستطيع أيضا الانضمام للخلف. إضاءة أكثر إذا سمحتوا. more light please. هذه إضاءة أكثر اللي وراء. اوكي انت مش مهمين انتم. اذا لقطه مع الوزيره. اوكي حتى نكون اوضح. اوكي لو شويه وزع، اسمحي لي معلش اشتغل في الجانب البروتوكولي. شويه يمين، شويه يمين، ايضا. ايوه وشويه معاليك هنا. ممكن نعمل حرف الفي، يعني مش بالطول، ممكن نكون لوفر ميلان. هي افضل للوقوف الاعلامي. واجمل للصوره، اجمل تكون رجل واحده يمين وهذا. تسمحوا لنا الصوره اللي قدام ينزلوا؟ لا كذا كثير قوي. صوره اوكي. اوبس، اسمحوا لي انضم هني. شكرا لكم. كل التوفيق للشباب العربي. شكرا لكم. شكرا. اوكي ها
because I think without means and without support for the women when they are in the government or on the table of decision, they cannot do more. And the Secretary General of the United Nations once said, and I would like to re-say this, it says, women cause actually is, women topic is a cause actually, but in the future, the next future, this is going to be a norm. And for this, it means that we have to invest in the education of the girls, actually, for them to be tomorrow at the table of decision with the competencies that they need to allow them to be able to take decisions for that. So I think this is firstly what the governments have to do to support when women come in the government.
Thank you. Sahar Al-Bazam, moving to you. Can you give the Egyptian perspective?
Sure, thank you. First, I want to start by thanking UAE for hosting such an important event for all of us, and thanking also Her Excellency Ahoud Rumi for the invitation. For Egypt, we've seen women joining the government in a ministerial position since the 60s. Yet, since then, the empowerment that we've seen as women wasn't not as we have seen in the past 7 years. Once His Excellency, Mr. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi came to office, he's a believer in empowerment in women. So since then, you can find us 25% in the cabinet. You find us 44% in the National Human Rights Council. You find us 56% in the diplomacy field. You find us 28% in parliament. And not only this, you find empowerment in legislation frameworks. In 2014, the legislations granted a quota for women in local councils. It was 25%. And in the constitutional amendment in 2019, that we also granted the parliament 25% quota for MPs, for women. And also we had the Senate, now we have 14%. And aside of the legislation empowerment, we have also capacity building for them. We have a lot of programs that empowers women to join leadership positions. And beside both capacity building and legislation, Egypt in 2017 launched the very first national strategy for women empowerment, and it was the first in the world to be focused on women empowerment.
Thank you so much. And finally, moving to our hosts, and Sarah Falakna is representing them. Could you give your perspective on that question?
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. To begin with, I would like to thank Her Excellency for inviting us and us being part of Women in Government Forum. To answer your question, Robin, first I second what my fellow panelists have said. They touched upon some points, but if I had to answer your question, government should do more to create an environment where women can work and succeed. Governments should, because you have government in different parts of the world, so they know better and best what works best in their societies. For example, for instance, by mandating quotas for public and private sector, that's for instance, or providing affordable childcare, as well as raising awareness for women in leadership. Now, for instance, in the UAE, I've been fortunate enough that I have a seat in the parliament, and that's because a presidential decree was issued back in 2019, raising the women participation in parliament to 50%. That is a testament that government play a vital and crucial role in increasing that women participation in power. But not only that, you need a proactive, positive kind of government like similar to the UAE.
And the figure of equal participation in Parliament is so commendable and impressive. I'm going to now go in reverse order and continue with you for a moment and ask you to get personal and reflect on something that shaped your particular experience and helped you most in becoming the leader you are today.
So one of the things that shaped my experience, let's go a step before. So what made me be or reach where I am today? It's the right educational system that we have in the UAE. Of course, prior to that, it starts from the household. I had parents who believed in my capabilities, and they kept on telling me and reminding me that I can be whoever I want to be. And that's basically also the idea in the UAE. We have, for example, a government that believes in the power of women. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, the Vice President, said, and the ruler of Dubai, said that we no longer empower women, but we empower the community through women. So that is a testament and to shape who I am today. One of the things that really shaped is me joining the Federal National Council, the Federal National Service. It's a voluntary military service that shaped who I am today. Whether be it made me renew my patriotic and leadership traits.
Thank you. Sahar.
Well, I'm going to get really personal. As a human being, I've been always trying to stick to my true self and my true calling. And since I was 19, I felt that my true calling is community services. So once I joined college, I started a social club in the university to build capacity of the youth, the students, and avail opportunities for them to volunteer and serve the underprivileged communities in Cairo. And then when I graduated from college, when I was selecting the jobs that I want to apply to, I had the same mindset. Where is the job where I can really serve communities? So I joined the private sector in the branch of corporate social responsibilities. Then I joined the international organizations like the World Bank on youth empowerment programs. And then I moved to the governmental sector and worked as an advisor to the Minister of Social Solidarity. And here I am as an MP, a public servant, where I serve the citizens with initiatives and legislations. And I'm sure that the future will bring more opportunities and challenges that I will learn from.
Thank you. And Amina, what shaped your experience?
I will say firstly, my confidence, the endurance, and the trust in what I was doing. Because I came from a community in which girls don't have a voice. And I was growing, hearing like you are just a woman, and you are just going to be married and have kids, and you will not be an important person in your life. So that has touched me so much, and it has helped me to be more endurant, to support a lot of things, but also to focus on my aims. I start also working with a foundation that I found to help young girls trust in themselves, but also to go far in their dreams. And after that, I came in the private sector with an oil company before coming to the public sector. So I love the taste of risk, and I learn from my mistakes, and I go for what I want.
Well, I have been told that we have to end the session now because we're running behind, but I think there's no better note to end on than that. So thank you so much to Your Excellencies for that inspiring conclusion, and thank you to Your Excellency for hosting this essential and inspiring and global conversation. I hope you all go away with inspiration. Thank you.
It's finished.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating at the Women in Government Forum. We look forward to welcoming you again.
As you know, the topic of happiness
to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a huge turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression. There are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world, but is it necessarily the best?
losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their jobs.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math, they can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a huge turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression. There are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. It isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their job.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. Isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their job.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melts here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression. There are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. Isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their jobs.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. Isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their job.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lower standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression. There are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
the most expensive healthcare probably in the world isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their jobs.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
That would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math, they can't read a street sign.
Swiss timing for this session. As we see it,
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world, but isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their job.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a huge turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their jobs.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. Is it necessarily the best?
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their jobs.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression. There are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. Is it necessarily the best?
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their jobs.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a huge turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. Isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their job.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
The economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world, but is it necessarily the best?
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their job.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world, but isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their jobs.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a huge turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression. There are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. Is it necessarily the best?
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their jobs?
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a huge turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. Isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their jobs.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a huge turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. Isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their job.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression, but there are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Get seated and we will start the final session in few minutes. Thank you. Your Excellencies, dear guests, we have reached the final session for today. Under the theme Emerging Markets from Frontier to Future, this session is dedicated to exploring key developments that are shaping risks and, most importantly, opportunities for investors in emerging markets. It's with great pleasure that I welcome on stage His Excellency Abdullah bin Tog, Minister of Economy, United Arab Emirates, Her Excellency Hala Sayed, Minister of Planning and Economic Development, Egypt, Maktar Diop, Managing Director, International Finance Corporation, His Excellency Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, India. This session will be moderated by John Defterios, Senior Advisor, APCO Worldwide, Business Professor at NYU University, Abu Dhabi. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first off, I must have an all-star lineup because the room is full and it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so credit. I said I'm going to travel with a rock star all the time because the photographer's around, you can wake up with the flashes and the rest. All jokes aside, this is going to be one of the best panels of the day because the state of play worldwide, if there's any sector or any grouping of countries that will be affected most by the post-pandemic surge, and then the challenge of Russia and Ukraine, it is the emerging markets. And I think that's why we have so many people in the room. We're very eager to see how do you stamp out the inflation, what's the calibration by the G7 countries with the higher interest rates we're starting to see, the reactions we've seen already in Egypt to respond quickly to the challenge, to reach out to the International Monetary Fund to send the right signal that we have our hands on the wheel and it's under control. But our game here for the next 38 minutes is to analyze the choppy waters, the clear and present danger, if you will, but also look to the medium term of how do we get out of that trough and continue the growth recovery that we're hoping for. Let's be frank, in the last 12 years, we've had everything and the kitchen sink thrown at us. We had a global financial crisis, 8 to 10, a recovery led by a very challenging Arab Spring in this region, which created a great deal of strains, and then a global pandemic that hit all global supply chains, which are not healed just yet. And then who would expect a conflict in Eastern and Central Europe and the migration that we see into the European Union? That's a great deal. I couldn't ask for a better panel. I'm going to ask the panelists, because of our 40-minute window, to keep their answers to 2 minutes or less so we can cover all the different topics. I'd like to start with our host, His Excellency Abdullah bin Tog Al-Mari. And I know you had a very ambitious agenda for 2022, and that is to sign 8 trade agreements, or CEPA agreements. We had one with India that's been outlined, so you went with the biggest market. There's conversations taking place with Israel this week. So is the message today to this audience of very educated bankers and those in governments and those in international organizations is you don't take your eye off the original objective despite the turbulence we see? And then how do you respond economically to the turbulence, the higher grain prices, for example? We're living in a higher energy environment, which I'm sure you don't want to spiral even higher, which puts pressure on your trading partners. What's the message on that front, Your Excellency?
I think, first of all, it's accelerated the need for more CEPAs. Yes, we announced 8, but what's really happening on the turbulence at the moment really makes sure that we want to align together and diversify the economy and bring supply chains more closer to consumers. That's something which is very vital and important. The rise of inflation is happening so fast, it has a discussion with the central banks. But with the ministers of economy, we have consumer protection. People are going to come and complain about the rise of food, the rise of wheat, the rise of prices and so forth. Let's not forget the Arab Spring happened because of the rise of bread. The challenges that we'll fight with inflation is huge. So what means that what we need is we are more mature at the moment. We're more agile at the moment and more nimble as well to understand that In order to actually look at what's going to happen globally in a world where it's very foggy, we need to understand how do we need to navigate such planes and how to actually navigate through that. Now, the point is we look at this fog and we understand we're navigating through it. The question is that really plays is, are we in a lake or are we at the middle of an ocean? That's something which is very important and vital, and what to really determine in the next couple of months is how do we navigate through this. Now, when we look at that, I think
because of the turbulence, you're protected.
Exactly. So we want to land one day towards a place where we can actually look at more diversity of economy, more policies in the economy that actually looks at a recovery. You know, this is something which is challenging. But the good thing is, I took the Ministry of Economy in July 2020, in the pandemic time. So that gives me, nothing to lose, to push all the buttons and to make sure that we have an economy that's very agile, that is very nimble and very active as well with the globe.
Good. Dr. Diop, I think it would be interesting to hear from your perspective. These are very directional mics, so I'm going to have you bring your microphone closer to you there. Thank you. Super directional. How deep is this inflationary spiral we're in right now? I was talking to others, and you have experience probably studying at the time of 79, 80, 81, 82, when Paul Volcker, the U.S. central bank chief, had to raise interest rates to 20%, and people were freaking out because of the inflation and then the stagflation that followed. We're not in that sort of phase right now. Is this a temporary phase because the supply chains are disrupted? And I know you have concerns about this falling disproportionately on Africa, disproportionately on the developing world. But how bad is the inflation cycle in your view?
It's very interesting that you talk about Paul Volcker, because I was listening recently to a podcast about the challenge that he had at that time to have this big hike in interest rate and curb inflation. We are at a time where I have three words to a little bit characterize what is happening. It's fragmentation. Fragmentation of capital market, fragmentation of supply chain, fragmentation of value chain, and low access to those. This is leading to security. A term that we didn't hear in the recent past was security. Now we talk about energy security, security in your supply chain, security in a certain number of things, which has affected actually the efficiency of markets. So these are the three elements for me that are interesting. But it comes at a time where I was 20-something years ago, a Minister of Economy and Finance, and I don't envy the economy minister today, because at that time
it's not like you have an easy job, though, which makes me laugh. You just didn't want to be in the front line in the government.
Exactly. But at that time, you had a certain type of shock, and you have the tools and instruments to address it. Today, you have multiple shocks. You have supply shock and demand shock at the same time. So if you tighten money supply, you'll find yourself with high interest rate, and high interest rate affect disproportionately emerging economy because the risk bias is much higher in those countries. So what can we do and what needs to be done? Today, I think we have an opportunity to think collectively, and I think the World Government Summit is a good opportunity. In the past, you have grant money coming from DFIs, coming from philanthropy, going and supporting a particular group in the society. Today, I think this is time of blending all these, because the risk level is so high today and for developing countries that if you want to keep the flow of capital flow, we need to de-risk it, to de-risk. And for that, I think that we have a good conversation going on now between philanthropy, global aid. And I think to close, a good example is what happened at the COP26, where at the COP21, it was separate tracks. At the COP26, people said, if you want to change what is happening in the world, we need to de-risk and therefore to bring the money of philanthropy with the money of capital market, mixed with the aid. And I think that that's what will help us progressively coming out of it and keeping the flows that are needed in emerging economies.
Okay, what worries me the most, and I'll just ask a question because your role as Managing Director of the IFC, I remember in my coverage at CNN, I was saying we're not going to get the vaccines to the developing world, the emerging markets, but in particular the least developed countries. That's exactly what played out. We still have vaccine penetration of 10, 12, 14, 15%. So this hoarding that was taking place. So there was a discussion with Larry Fink of BlackRock this morning about globalization being broken. Are we not responding to the challenges quickly enough, though, Maktar? What do you think in terms of it's? I know what you're trying to do, but what's the reality of the cocooning or protectionism we see in the developed world?
That's interesting. I just came back from Senegal, my home country, where mRNA plant will be built by the end of this year, which is something that people didn't think about. And you'll be having 3 mRNA vaccine plant in Africa by the end of the year. It was very interesting to see that today 50% of the world is vaccinated, only 11% in Africa, 2/3 in Asia, and in this country, 100%. So you see that it varies a lot across countries. And we have seen that countries have been able to vaccinate their population, have been able to be more resilient. This country is another example of it. In the midst of the crisis, everybody was converging here because it was a safe place to be able to continue doing business. So there is a link on this. But there is a link to also, which is important, with the type of pandemics that we have in the future. Avian flu, Ebola, all these are animal-borne diseases which are affecting human beings. And if you not stop, if you don't act very strongly on climate change. Lastly is that as we are doing that, there is an opportunity to leapfrog. And what will happen while we're having today, we are worried about the movement of capital, expertise and human capital is moving now out of certain areas. And I can see in the future new poles of growth, particularly in the service industry, which will require emerging economy to invest much more in connectivity to be able to be part of the international value chain. So we have risk, but I think very important opportunities. And countries which are endowed with some resources like gas in developing countries will be able to be part of the value chain for fertilizer, for production of urea, for other type of needs which are currently constraints.
Yeah, we've seen in your home country of Senegal, major natural gas deposits which are being developed, but mixed messages from the European Union telling them not to develop it. So I'm going to circle back because the person next to you has experienced a radical change in the last 5 years with the big discoveries in the Mediterranean, which has lowered your import bill. But I think, Hala, Your Excellency, it would be excellent to start on the challenge that Egypt's faced with. It was fascinating to watch over the last week that you responded quickly with the reform package, quickly raising interest rates, engagement by the International Monetary Fund. Why was that so important to respond to the inflationary pressures and to say we're on it as a government?
Well, let me tell you that timely corrective action is key. You need a timely corrective action because you can take the right actions, but delayed, so they don't have the right impact. So what we did during this crisis or these challenges and what we did even during the pandemic was timely corrective actions. We're a country with 103 million people, so you need to act quickly. The pandemic had a major impact on the Egyptian economy. We still are recovering from the pandemic, and this recovery, as we generally, not only in Egypt, but even globally, we call it the unbalanced recovery, because when we started the recovery, you have an enhanced demand, but you don't have enough supply. And that's what caused the disruption in the supply chain and hence led to an increase in prices and the inflation that we're witnessing now. So what we have done during the pandemic is a balance between taking the right precautionary measures for our people, health measures, yet sustaining economic activity. This was a major strategy during the pandemic. The pandemic affected, what is interesting about the pandemic, it affected supply and demand. Some of the crisis or the financial crisis or the economic crisis, it affects supply or it affects demand. This pandemic affected the supply and demand at the same time. So we needed to act on both sides. So first, we enhanced public investment. We were lucky that we came out of an economic reform program that we started 2016 with the IMF. This program had fiscal and monetary measures that helped make the economy in a better position. So we started enhancing public investment. We also increased salaries. We had the fiscal space at that time during the pandemic to enhance the supply side, to give more salaries for people, increase salaries, give cash transfers to irregular workers. So all this helped us become one of the very few economies to achieve positive economic growth rate. And economic growth rate is necessary, but it is not enough, because we needed, with the economic growth rate, we needed job opportunities. So unemployment also, we had economic growth that was positive, we had very decent unemployment rate, and we had also reasonable inflation rate. And this is what we call economics, the triangle that is looking at the real economy, the real side of the economy.
Good. Can that be maintained in your view, though? I mean, you're at over 18 pounds to the dollar.
Yeah.
You've raised interest rates, inflationary pressures are there. We shouldn't be panicking about Egypt. You feel that you have it stabilized?
We are stable because, as I said, we took the right corrective measures, liberalizing the exchange rate in order to actually become really the effective exchange rate of the country, in order to have the right trade balance for Egypt. We had also support from the IMF as a vote of confidence. We started our structural reform program a year ago, and the structural reform program is basically enhancing more the weight of the real economy. So we're focusing more on localizing industry, we're focusing more on agriculture and ICT, with two cross-cutting pillars, which is greening the economy, and we are hosting the COP27, so greening the economy and looking into renewables, desalination of water, green hydrogen, all this is very important for us. And the other side, and the other important pillar, is the labor market, efficiency of the labor market. We, as I said, we're a 103 million population, but we're also a very young population. So labor market for us is very important. So looking at the efficiency of the labor market, we started revamping the technical education technical side of our education. We started enhancing a number of schools, applied universities, increasing the number of technical and vocational study, and having the accreditation and the sector skills council. Because what was negative, or what was hindering the technical and the vocational part, was the mindset of the people and the social aspect of moving not to the conventional education, but to the technical education. So now linking the technical education and the applied schools with the industry, and having a very competitive pay for these people, having accredited schools, internationally accredited schools and internationally accredited universities, is changing the culture and changing the mindset. So we have been working on this structural reform program, and I think this will make the economy more resilient and more sustainable.
Good. Let's circle back afterwards on your rural development program as well, which you said was too informal in the past. Payush Goyal, it's great to have you, and thanks for your patience on the first round of the questions here. I thought it was fascinating when I looked at the front end of the crisis in the pandemic. Looked like it was catastrophic or cataclysmic for India, and then you stabilized the situation and responded to it. But you're suggesting now, even with this Russia-Ukraine crisis and the import bill for energy going up in India, that it should create an opportunity. It's almost like a wake-up call to accelerate the transition, but also to develop your own energy independence. Is that a true possibility, or is that cheerleading on your behalf?
No, undoubtedly. This is a story that has played out in India for years now. You spoke about the last 12 years. We went through a similar situation in 2008 to 10. We went through a crisis in terms of high energy prices around 12, 13, 10 years ago, 9 years ago. And therefore, ever since 2014, and at that point of time, if you recall, we were considered one of the fragile 5 economies. But ever since 2014, we've been focusing on structural reform. We've been focusing on strengthening processes, making it easier to do business, accumulating greater foreign currency reserves, stabilizing the economy in terms of more secular growth rather than the high ebbs and tides that we used to see earlier. And our own experience is that the various programs over the last 7 or 8 years focused on the one hand towards a better life for the people of India, particularly the teeming masses who didn't have elementary utilities like electricity, cooking gas, healthcare, drinking water. We've been focusing on the one hand through public investment on improving the lives of the people, and on the other hand to ensuring our economic security, which includes energy security. You may be aware we have one of the world's fastest growing renewable energy programs. Yeah. And we brought prices down through sheer scale and technology adoption to levels where today our clean energy is at lower cost than our fossil fuel-based energy. And now we've reset the target almost so many times that we are losing track whether we have to do 450 gigawatt by 2030 or 500 gigawatt. And our Prime Minister is very demanding. He finds a way that there's something happening and he'll immediately up the ante on the story. So I can tell you that we've been able to recognize the crisis well in time, convert that into an opportunity. And you spoke about 2020 when COVID first hit the world. It was an animal nobody knew. Nobody knew what the protocols are, what the cure is, where the solutions are. And at that stage, I remember Prime Minister studying the Spanish flu. And in fact, getting some of us also to research that. And you'll be amazed at what we found. We found that those areas, particularly in the United States, those states which focused on saving lives had a very rapid economic recovery. And those who focused only on saving their economy went downhill in the subsequent decades. And therefore, in 20, we took the harsh decision to have a complete lockdown. We suffered enormously for about a quarter or thereabouts. And we had a slow path to recovery in the 2021 period. But in the long run, it's paying us rich dividends. It helped us focus ourselves on building better healthcare.
Yes.
It helped us focus on research so that we today have 5 or 6 domestic vaccines. It helped us to focus on energy independence, which is helping us in today's day and age, where we have our dependence on crude oil, but other than that, in terms of heating, cooling, all of that, we are completely self-sufficient. And during the COVID period, when we announced our self-reliance package, and self-reliance was not a program to close our doors. It was actually a program to open our doors to international engagement and expand the frontiers of our trade, both in goods and services, focus on attracting more investments. So all through the COVID period, we saw, for example, the highest ever foreign investments into India. During COVID, we've seen, and the current year closes on 31st March for us, we'll have the highest ever exports India has ever done in its history. 410 billion.
Yeah.
It'll be upward of 410 billion.
Yeah.
We were 400 on the 21st of March.
I saw that.
We have 10 days more, so we'll be upward, maybe 415. Our service exports with no hospitality, no tourism, no travel will be about 250 billion, the highest ever. Probably 20% more than the highest ever before this. So in every area, a very focused effort to keep the economy strong, while at the same time taking public welfare, public good to the people. As she mentioned, we've also focused a lot on public investments. Our budget this year was largely about government-funded infrastructure projects, on the back of which we see the multiplier effect helping us on the demand side. And obviously that leading to more investments to meet the supply constraints. We are working with partners like the UAE. And, you know, we had an engagement with UAE to get in place a comprehensive economic partnership. Start to finish, 88 days. And not just an interim agreement, a comprehensive economic agreement is in the public domain, released only yesterday. And widely encouraging for all people, both in India and UAE, because it's truly fair, equitable, and balanced. So our effort is with those strategic partners who believe in a rules-based system, who believes in transparency, who believe in equity in terms of engaging with us on trade. We are looking at expanding our relationship. We are looking at a two-way trade which helps India. We are looking at encouraging technology adoption in our country and taking it to the rest of the world. For example,
I'm going to have you wrap it up
One
quickly.
minute.
Yeah.
We saw 40 startups in calendar 21, and we've already seen 13 startups in the first 2 months of this year becoming unicorns.
Yes.
So I'm seeing India and the youth of India really responding to these challenges with great enthusiasm and energy.
Very good. Interesting. Okay, so we have 15 minutes left, so we have to keep very tight answers. Everybody made a very good, bold opening statement. I want to get to the heart of, are we dividing the world because of Russia and Ukraine? Is there a risk here that the UAE is neutral, Egypt's neutral, India's neutral on Russia and Ukraine? Probably a pretty good long-term or medium-term decision. But is the Iron Curtain coming back down again, where we divide Europe and the United States from the emerging market world? Is there a risk there of that transpiring? You straddle East and West. You have to be a global economy. But is this going to backfire because people are picking sides, trying to stay neutral, don't want to show their hand too early in the game, but the U.S. is weaponizing the dollar on the sanctions on Russia? How do you see this playing out? Are we going back in time and putting up trade barriers, or can we stay engaged between the developed and developing world?
I think for the UAE's part, we learned a lot from the last decade, understanding crisis, understanding pandemics, and understanding issues. And when we look at the crisis globally, the geopolitics, we can go back to history. And we understood from history as well, when there are some sanctions or challenges that faces countries, where did the UAE play, and how can we play in the future as well a bigger role in diplomacy and really bring together people to work back to the table. And I think that's something which is very vital. The most important part...
You're saying, Your Excellency, it's not wise to overreact. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, that's what I'm suggesting. And what I'm suggesting as well, more deeply as well, is we need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs. And I think that's something which is important in the next... the area we are living in at the moment, the UAE, the Middle East, and I think we are living in an area where it's the eye of the storm. There's a lot of challenges happening around us. There's a lot of geopolitics issues. But we learned from that we're very positive. We're very prosperous. And we really look at creating more allies, creating more trade and more economies with the world. And I think that's something where we will stand and we will learn from. So the CEPA program that we signed with our biggest allies, India, really going to bring trade routes together, going to bring really strong jobs creation between that. We're expecting 250,000 jobs will be created
off of India alone.
The India alone. I think that's something which is a huge as well for the next generations of youth, for the people coming in. That's something as well which is vital. And I think what we're looking at as well post the pandemic and the issues and stuff is how can we actually go back to understand the trade routes, redesigning, re-engineering supply chains, and really focus on the bigger picture here, which is going to be the inflation part and the effect of oil prices going up, the challenge of that as well. So the UAE is part of the global economy. We're always going to be affected, not just the UAE, the whole world is going to be affected with such sanctions, such economy. But what we really understand is we need to really play an active diplomacy and bring things back to the table and actually work on more trades and redesign the supply chains.
So give the context for those visiting from the outside. It's 8 CEPA agreements for 2022. That's fairly ambitious. Another one's supposed to be signed this week with Israel, so that's quite a milestone. And 27 overall. So the
master plan goes 27, yes.
27. Who came up with that crazy number? It wasn't you, right?
No.
What I wanted to focus on is something we brought up in our morning session and then midday with His Excellency Khaldoon Mubarak and Larry Fink. Mukhtar, from your standpoint from the IFC, because of the weaponizing of the dollar and sanctions, because of the willingness of China to start pricing goods, even potentially oil and gas in renminbi, is this the beginning of a transition to a much more diversified currency market where the dollar doesn't remain the kingpin, if you will? If you start pricing oil in renminbi and Russia takes payments in rubles in the future, is this the beginning of the fade? Is there a risk in that, or is that a healthy shift?
As I said earlier, I'm seeing fragmentation, and it's interesting because I don't think that we can take the story of the world and use that model to analyze the situation. Today, what we just heard from the ministers is that you have now what they say in French, géographie variable. You have a kind of a very different constellation which are building. And I don't think you will have one monoblock here and another monoblock here. Depending on the issues, depending on the question, you have some formation of blocks, of groups, of alliance, of trading groups, of trading partners around some issues. Let's take the issue of climate change. The views varies not around a particular line of countries. You take an issue on food security, you take an issue. Second situation is very different. The localization of liquidity and capital is very different from what it used to be in the past. It's much more distributed in the world. Third, you will have more movement of human capital. And let's not forget that human capital is central in what you are thinking. I will not be surprised today to see a lot of brain drain, not only used to be from southern countries to northern country, to see brain drain from in the other direction because of the conditions. And all that we create some ecosystems where we have more unicorn, more, if you talk about technology, more unicorn, more capital will be developing in different parts of the world. And that means that you will have now sub-regional and regional value chain which will be built, which will be more resilient than the one which was more integrated recently. And that touch to the means of payment, will it be in dollar or only or another currency? It will mean about the route, about the infrastructure. I was talking to some leaders in Central Asia. With the current situation, they will have to think about it, totally different logistics, totally different routes to be able to export their goods. That will have implication in the way some part of the world will be developed. So what I want to say by that in 2 words is that we will be having a multipolar, contrary to what we can think initially. I think we'll have multiple constellation, a multipolar source of growth that will make it, in a sense, if we well manage, increase the resilience of the world economy.
Okay. I think we should spend a moment here on COP27, COP28. The host of COP27 is Egypt, 28 is Abu Dhabi. And this also affects India as well. One of the things that's been left out of the COP26 debate is we still have 750 million people without access to electricity, about 600 million of them on the African continent. Which role are you going to have to strike the right balance, Hala, about, yes, we pursue aggressively the transition, but let's not forget access to electricity at the same time. And I know I was with the Minister Amola at Egypt Petroleum at the time. Yeah. And he said we have to make access part of the conversation and accelerate that in the 21st century of people living without electricity seems almost shocking.
Absolutely.
What influence are you going to have there?
Definitely. Always having the balance is the right approach. So
just yes, watch your time here because we only have 8 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
And this gets me to a very important point that I was talking to you about a few minutes ago during the recess before starting the session, that one of the very important things that Egypt have embarked on, and we have to realize that we have passed through a period where we had unpolitical stability between 2011 and 2014. These were 4 years of total political instability. We had absolutely negative growth rates during this time until His Excellency the President came to power. So starting that time and with the economic reforms, we invested a lot in infrastructure. And at that time in 2014, we suffered from electricity cuts for about half a day. It affected our lives at home. It affected our factories. It affected hospitals. It affected almost the lives of all the Egyptian people. So we invested a lot in infrastructure. We spent almost about $400 billion during the past 7 years in investing in infrastructure. And comes to this also is investing in the rural areas of Egypt. So we also started an initiative called Decent Life Initiative, whereby we are upgrading and enhancing the quality of life of 4,500 villages across Egypt around almost 3 to 4 years. This is basically 58 million population. We're providing them with sanitation, with clean water, with electricity, with the roads, with job opportunities, with green projects, and it's all sustainable cities. Here comes, so we're doing sustainable cities, we're providing them with decent housing. So this is one of the major projects that we are doing in order to enhance the quality of life of people. Coming to the COP, we are embarking on a lot of green projects. We are at the area of the Suez Economic Canal zone. We have about a number of green hydrogen projects that we are witnessing, starting as a pilot project these days. We have also established the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Egypt. That's a major vehicle whereby it is crowding in private sector. It's an investment arm of the government, but its main role is to crowd in private sector, not to crowd out private sector.
To encourage them to come in.
So we are finding investment opportunities. We are transferring investment opportunities, putting them to become investment products, and we're offering this to investors, whether local or foreign. We have 4 sub-funds. One of them is the Green Fund that we are establishing now. The other is a fintech fund. The third is a utilities. And the fourth is a medical and pharmaceutical.
Interesting. Payush, I think it would be interesting to hear, with such a large economy and the progression you've made in terms of diversification, I don't hear any alarm in this panel. So if I sit in the World Government Summit in 2023, I don't want anybody saying, well, you were chairing an emerging market panel and nobody talked about the risks that are inherent today. We can sail through this most turbulent time with a war underway, coming out of a pandemic with inflation, and not have a global shock.
I think we can, because world economies are much more resilient. I believe that partnerships have been created which are supporting each other. Technology is playing a very important role in changing people's lives and bringing down costs. So while we have inflation on the one hand in certain products, technology is helping us to mitigate that problem in other areas. So my own sense is, if I look at my own country, for example, the electricity question, by 2019, in a span of 4 years, we had managed to take electricity to every village. And we have about 600,000 villages in India. And taken it to every home, so that today nobody can say if he wants an electricity connection, he won't get it. Similarly, I personally believe that the food grain production that India has grown over the last few years is not only enough to feed every Indian, but today we are providing large amounts of agricultural products to other parts of the world. Our agri-exports is about $50 billion this year end, and next year we'll, of course, increase it. All through the COVID, we were ensuring our friendly partners got adequate foodstuffs. We are happy to support Egypt in its requirements of wheat because of the conflict, and we can make sure that not a single home in Egypt will have a problem of wheat all through the next year or 2 years or 3 years, or why not forever?
Yeah, forever.
So we are, I think, in a sweet spot where emerging markets have strengthened themselves over the last few years. They will certainly need to be supported if we have to meet the climate goals. We have yet to see the developed world come up with truly practical funding programs. We've not seen the $100 billion any year for the last, it was to start 10 years ago. We haven't seen a single dollar out of that. Whenever we talk about climate finance, they throw us to the companies like, all the funds and say, go and meet Merrill Lynch or Goldman Sachs. I can do that on my own. I don't need anybody to introduce them to me. So I think there's a lot of disparity in terms of intention and action in terms of climate. But on the overall, I think responsible governments will tide over very well. Irresponsible governments truly will have to worry.
Okay, excellent. Final word to our host today. Hala talked about COP27, and we know the challenge is going to COP28. Everybody was almost chuckling from the outside when the nuclear facility at Baraka was built, and nobody laughs anymore because there's 25% of the grid supplies, right, coming from Baraka. The Al Dhafra solar farm is one of the biggest in the world. But what is the calibration? We heard from Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber of ADNOC, who's going to be very involved in COP28, saying we can't switch off the hydrocarbon investment until we make the transition to renewables. So how do you see the role of complementing COP27 and the role of COP28 and what it means for the economy in this diversification transition period, would you say?
Climate change is a very systematic risk that we understand, and the follow-up on COP27, 28, and 29 and moving forward really shows us the importance of such risk that we need to address heads-on. It's a very important risk, and I think it's important to understand that the climate change by itself, according to the Swiss RE Institute, is going to wipe out 18% of the global GDP by 2050. Now, that is a huge risk for the economy, and that's something we shouldn't sit here and actually just take it in. And I think that's something which is very important to identify and come in as a platform like this today and really speak about it and really address such risk. But what opportunities can be created? I think the green growth strategies that we have in place, the circular economy policies that we set, I think that's something of a transition that will take us as well into the future of investments, into such new technologies. Baraka coming into power at 25%, I think that's something as well which is very vital and important for the UAE to diversify its energy mix for the next decade or so, but I think this is something which is important. We heard Khaldoon mentioning the investment into solar power earlier today, where it was about, 32 or 33 cents a kilowatt. Today, there is about 1.25 cents a kilowatt. That shows you the technology is advancing as well in the future, which is important to diversify into renewable energy. I think COP28 and COP29, this dialogue of really addressing this climate change risk in a systematic way where we need to really understand and that transition and push it forward is something which is important. But nevertheless, this challenge as well will create a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of job creation going to come out of it for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
Good. Bakhtar, we have less than a minute because we went through the time, but I think it's only right to have an international institution say, are we rising to the challenge? We have daughters that are 16 and 19. If you talk to any child between 10 and 18, they think the world's going to fall apart in 20 years, that they're not going to have the lifestyle that we did in the baby boom.
My daughter thinks the same.
Yeah, this is the point. So are we responding fast enough? How do we get the alarm out of the next generation so they don't point the finger at us and say, you didn't do enough? Is the question. What do you think from your position?
We're responding, but not fast enough. It's like someone who has a lot of potential and not use it as a full potential. I see the world a little bit as a runner who can run a sprint in 9.5 seconds and running still at 11 seconds. So I think that what are the bottlenecks? We are doing very interesting things. For instance, we are working with India on battery storage, which will be an important part of the, and I see the cost going down and it will go down. We're working with Egypt on solar energy. It's one of the largest one. We're working with Dubai on cooling. District cooling is very important. We are not talking enough about it, but the impact on things, we are investing in a company in Dubai. But I think that we have two things that we can do together. We can go out of this crisis by being more efficient. The waste in food production are huge. The waste in energy are huge. I just came from the World Water Forum. The waste in water are important. So continue working on efficiency. We save the planet, but at the same time, help us move out of the crisis much faster. So we have an opportunity. The second one is technology is available, is abundant. Accelerate the path of technology adoption will be an essential part of doing that. The third one is to bring the youth in defining the solutions. We should not do the mistake of the past, thinking that leaders can do it without hearing what the youth is doing. And I think there are different fora now where more and more this dialogue is happening and ideas coming from startups, from the youth, are adopted by leaders and policymakers to make the change we're talking about.
Great. I was wondering how it would work having 4 summits under one umbrella. On day 0, as we're calling it at World Government Summit today. But I personally have to thank you for the invite to Investopia. But this went off extremely well, having all these. It's almost like a train station with different tracks and different trains coming in and out. But congratulations for pulling Investopia off, and to you and your team. Let's give a nice round of applause to all our panelists for playing along for the full hour and very directly. We'll see everybody back here tomorrow for day one, officially, of the World Government Summit. Thanks again.
Thank you.
نرحب بكم في القمة العالمية للحكومات 2022 في دورتها الثامنة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، نرحب بكم في افتتاح منتدى المرأة في الحكومة.
Welcome to the 8th edition of the World Government Summit. The Honorable Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inauguration of the Women in Government Forum.
والآن ندعو معالي عهود بنت خلفان الرومي، وزير الدولة للتطوير الحكومي والمستقبل، نائب رئيس القمة العالمية للحكومات، لإلقاء الكلمة الترحيبية.
And now we welcome Her Excellency Ahud bint Khalfan al-Rumi, Minister of State for Government Development and Future, Vice Chair of the World Government Summit, to deliver the welcoming remarks.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to welcome you to the United Arab Emirates for this Women in Government Forum, an integral part of the World Government Summit. This global platform brings together a remarkable network of leaders to think collectively and build global networks for shaping a better shared future for our nations and our world. Thank you all for being here to contribute to this timely and important global conversation. It is a pleasure to be able to welcome you all in person after a physical separation of more than 2 years, which makes our gathering here at Expo 2020 especially meaningful. In the run-up to our gathering today, many asked, why a forum for women in government? The answer is simple. We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation. We must advance the global dialogue and action on this front, and this forum offers an opportunity to do that. We simply need more women in government leadership all over the world. The reasons are many, and all are net positive to our societies. The dialogue should expedite it on involvement, contribution, and progress of women in government, and what we can do today to set the roadmap for tomorrow for more women in public leadership. We have all read the reports, and we all know the statistics. The current pace of progress is simply not enough. We know that at the current pace, it will take another 146 years to achieve gender parity in politics. We know that women continue to be underrepresented in government leadership positions, both in number and even more so in rank. Today, women represent only 26.1% of parliament seats and just 22.6% of ministers worldwide. And while women constitute almost 50% of public administrators worldwide, they occupy just 31% of top leadership positions. On the positive side, numerous countries around the world are taking major steps towards women empowerment and representation in government. In the UAE, the number of female parliament members has increased from 22% to 50% over the past few years, representing the most improved country globally. Female ministers represent 27.5% of the cabinet, holding strategic portfolios like space, climate change, advanced technology, education, community development, culture, youth, international cooperation, and the future. And we continue to aspire for more. Every society around the world has an equal split of around 50% females to males. This should be reflected in public jobs and leadership. This is not about gender parity per se. It is about better governance and increasing public value. We have evidence that women leadership is fundamental to good governance and to building resilient societies. We have evidence that the full and active participation of women in the public sector brings clear gains for citizens and makes government more representative of the society. Women bring to the table greater responsiveness, diverse perspectives, cooperative working habits, and new types of solutions. Women's inclusive approach to leadership and decision-making leads to more balanced and inclusive policies and legislations. Women's representation in public sector leadership translates into improved government outcomes across sectors, whether it is education, healthcare, economy, society, and even technology and climate change. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are not here to debate the impact of women in government. We know it is not positive. We are here to amplify this impact and set forth a clear global call for more. More women joining the public service, more government leadership, and more collaborative efforts between men and women for diversity, inclusion, and public value. And we are not here to advocate for women just because they are women, but because of their effective contribution to better lives for the people and a better and balanced future for the world. This is not a gender discourse. It is a public value imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, we have every reason to be optimistic, but still we have work to do. Today, we want to hear from you, hear about your insights, your lessons learned, and your vision for a better tomorrow. Your insights are critical. They inspire the next generation. Your leadership lessons are enabler for aspiring leaders all around the world. And your vision, our collective vision, should strive for global